Hi, guys. I don't know who we have on here. We do have a few people on here. Okay, guys. Um, Hang on one second. I've got a few of you. Um, I'm not sure who you are yet. That's okay. You can sit tight and watch. Okay. So for those of you, I know there's only a couple of you right now. When the others come, we'll see. But um, we got some bad news about Tahoe. If you've read the board, she's one of our regular members, and she has cancer. And we've all been praying for her. And it's not as terrible as it seems, because there's still hope. And there's still hi, my love. How are you? Timmy's on here. There's still hope for Tahoe. It sounds, I'm not sure, but it sounds like it's metastasized to her kidney, and she may have to have her kidney cut out. But that means it's not in her lymph nodes, it sounds like. So that's a really good thing. So we're going to work on that separately, but it kind of discombobbled me a little bit here today. And I have a presentation that I think is going to interest a lot of people. So what we're going to discuss, and we're going to try and focus on this, and it's how do I put this? It's a subject that is a dark subject, but if you know my channel, you know that my perspective on this is that if this stuff is upsetting you and not making you happy, then you're missing the boat, because this is over. Primarily, it's a gone thing. All of the stuff you're looking at historically of what I'm going to tell you today, but it helps you because it will help you understand the another matrix that very few people talk about. We talk about the medical matrix. We talk about the communications matrix. We talk about the banking, financial matrix. We talk about all of that, right? So nobody talks about the pedophile satanic matrix, because that's what it is, guys. This isn't one off of one or two people that are involved in this kind of stuff. This is a huge control network, another control network. So what we're going to do today, if you remember this one, wrong one, hold on. I have taken and I've examined, if I could find it, hang on. Hold on, I have to see what's going on here. Here it is. Yep, that's it, right next to me. Okay, why can't I open it? Hold on one second. So, yeah, this is it. Sorry, my bad. All right, so you should be able to see this now. And this is one of those maps. Patricia, what I want to be sure to give proper credit here. And I think it was you, Patricia, that mentioned who this map maker was. But as you can see, this particular one is called How the World Really Works. And I went through and I have research or put all of these connections together, because as you can see here, it's like any flow chart that you see. Okay, each of these things, many of them you may know and many of them you may not. So we're going to go through this. Oh, hold on, I lost it. Go forward here. Okay, so we're going to go through this, and I'm going to show you the connections and show you the structure. Hold on. Let's get me back. And show you the structure that is just like the medical structure. There's so much going on. It's not, hey, Helen, how you doing, sweetie? It's not just, it's not isolated people. It's not a few perverts in this world. It's just one other control mechanism that that is not only part, it holds up our world. Okay, it holds up our world. So we've got enough people here now. I'm going to give it 3 more minutes because I wanted to give a few people to get on if they did. And hang on one second here for me, and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to cover that map. still, I've got a couple minutes we're going to give them to get online. But so we're going to address that chart that we talked about on Tuesday, right? And this, what it does is it addresses the interlocking conspiracy that is a core group of satanic pedophile elite people. And they sit at the top of this global power. This chart, Patricia, did you have that name? Was it you, Patricia? No, it wasn't. Okay, somebody. Hopefully, they'll come on this week and they'll have the name of this this chart maker, because I'll put the link in there, of course, as I did before. Let's see. Okay, so all right. So what we're going to have a few more minutes before we do, but I'll tell you what. I'm going to let you poke at this chart for a few minutes. For 1 minute. We're going to be doing this in 1 or 2 minutes and through the whole chart. Okay, and I'll just poke around here and let you look at it. See the connections right now. Yep, okay, you can see it. I got to keep checking here. All right, so we talk about Soros, the American elite pedophiles. Remember him, this guy here? We talked about him last week. That was one of the things we pulled out of this one. The Five Eyes, in case you don't know what that is. I've got also a video. I've got a video of this young girl, Teresa, and she testified about her life in ritual abuse. And it's very compelling. We'll be doing that not too far into the video. I mean, maybe halfway or so. But yeah, I'll also link that so you guys can watch it on your own if you miss it. And I would encourage you to watch the entire film. It actually, this is the kind of weird thing. This was done. There was she testified, and then there was 60 Minutes did something on this. So, and I was kind of surprised. They didn't try and hide it. Oh, okay. The map maker, let me write that down. Dylan Monroe. That's it. Dylan Monroe. Yeah, because I want to be sure to give him adequate credit for this. Because I think if you guys like this, then we'll examine some of the other maps that he has on all the different matrices. Because that's what I see this so far as what we've seen in the last one that we looked at. It's kind of like he's mapping out all of these different control parts, all these different parts, but each one of these maps are a control matrix of its own. It's bizarre. Okay, so let's see. All right, so we're at 410. I'm going to start with the presentation that I've got here, okay? All right, so where we want to go is at the top, okay, with the elite families. Oh, I got to go to my own here. Hold on to do this. All right, so hang on. I'm going to try and make it big for you, and hopefully this will track good. So talks about the pedophile elite families, the Rothschilds, the Vanderbilts, the occult secret societies like the Illuminati. These are the top of the rung, so to speak, the generational controllers. And then there's the also at this top, you can see they're connected to these. They're kind of like in a bigger bubble into the red Freemasons, Skull Bones, Bohemian Grove, AHEPA, and so forth. Before I do that, I wanted to bring this out to the full thing and give you a general overall of this. What you'll notice is, let's see, oh, here we go. What you'll notice throughout this is these blue ones are all government agencies that control all of these various parts of this map. So some of them, and we're going to go through in more depth, but some of them control Hollywood, the CIA. Can you see that? And the media is controlled by local law enforcement as well. And it also by the CIA. You can see that line that's going back behind him. So that's what these blue ones are. These are all government agencies, and with the sub matrix, we might say, that they each control. And that's what we're going to go through, so that hopefully you can identify some of these things as you begin to see them. So let me go here. All right. So that was the top. Okay. So Let me blow that up for you. These are the legacy. I wish I could get this to go away, but I can't. I don't. Maybe you're not seeing it. Okay, so so these groups all are represented here on this map as forming a continuous bloodline and a ritual tradition that these people, these traditions that they practice, that actually protect them and protect the pedophilia and the child sacrifice, as a bonding mechanism for the people that they're trying to blackmail. All of these various events and gatherings that we hear about create a perceived brotherhood that they go to. And during those gatherings, that's where they're compromised. That's where evidence is set up to use them at a later time, all of these parties and stuff. So this chart calls out the American pedophile elites as well. Look who that might be. The American satanic pedophile elites. And so they got the photo of Hillary, they got the photo of Bill there, right? Oh, and also let's not forget Anthony Podesta, because he was critical in exposing so much of this. He tied it into the satanic angle through the WikiLeaks emails, if you remember. Him and his Abramovich connection and their spirit washing parties. So anyway, so the chart states that these, if you read here, I'm going to show you this here because I know it's not real clear, but it's so many of these, don't worry about that. I'll read it to you. Okay, so what this says is that these American elite pedos, they want to replace the current royal families as the new rulers of the world, including plans to control the world with socialism. Sound familiar? And corrupt government programs. Bingo. Do. Okay. And this is years ago this was written. Okay. Understand that. Let's see what else it says. So I said, yeah, let me run it. I put that it was several years old. The chart states that these elites are trying to climb the different secret societies to gain favor by supplying them, right down here, if you can't see it, by supplying them with children to have sex with. Specifically, this node of the chart here, I'm going to use my little thing here. This node of the chart here calls out the DNC and the leaked emails with Podesta, suggesting that all of these people are heavily involved. Heavily involved in pedophilia. This particular node. And there's also, which it didn't put here, I don't quite know why, but there's also, of course, a lot of evidence to this on Weiner's laptop and also Hunter Biden laptop, I'm sure. I know there is some. I don't know how much on Hunter's, but I know there is some. Also, the node also notes that an unusually high number of deaths, I'm not sure right where that is, but you can't read it anyway. Yeah, right here under the Clintons. An unusually high number of deaths of those around them are often ruled as a suicide or an accident. And of course, I threw in here Seth Rich. Remember that one? Also noted is that Bill is a member, that's up here, of the Order of Demolay, which has a history of child molestation and witness intimidation. The order is named after the Templar Grand Master, the same Templars who worship Baphomet. Okay, so that's that part of it. Then we go down here to the cocaine bubble. You say, what is a cocaine bubble doing there? Okay, well, I'm going to tell you. If I can find it here. It's like I've got so many notes on this. I've been working on it for 2 days. All right, so if you move to the cocaine bubble there, you'll see how the Clintons became so influential. And this is what this reads. It's believed that with the help of the Clintons in the Arkansas government, the CIA was flying cocaine into the state. Remember this, anybody? A lot of mysterious deaths happened around the issue, and the state coroner kept ruling them as suicides, or state officials declined to investigate them. So we all know about the number count, but it all started with cocaine running into Arkansas. Then if you go up here to Soros, Okay, I don't think I can go a little bigger, but I don't know if it's necessary because we want to keep that other little map down there. Okay, whoop, hang on. All right, so under Soros, we have an astonishing allegation on this map stating that it's believed that only pedophiles are put in positions of power. Imagine that, guys. Imagine that, because that makes them easy to control. Sounds like a plan to me. I don't know about you, but if I were these evil demons, it would sound like a plan to me to make sure that you don't get into, when I control the government, I control who I put in there. And if I can't control you, then it just absolutely makes sense. And I had never heard that only pedophiles are put in positions of power. Okay, Soros is noted as a billionaire donor in this thing to the Clinton Foundation, which we all know, and that he has visited Haiti with the Clintons. Below the map of the islands here, you can see, okay, and there's a note here that Epstein Island isn't too far from Haiti. There's Haiti, here's Epstein Island. Can you see that, guys? All right, so the next thing we've got on here, that was George Soros. And then that leads to the Haiti node. There's a Haiti node right here. Okay. And that states that it appears that the Clinton Foundation, while acting like they were trying to help the Haitian children, supplied them to Comet Pizza and surrounding businesses. That's Comet Ping Pong, you see right there. And that a journalist, now the key is, guys, most of us know a lot of this already, but it puts the pieces of the puzzle in the right order, if that makes any sense. So in that Haiti node, there was a journalist that was investigating this in Haiti, and she mysteriously died. Her name was Monica Peterson, and she was a researcher who was previously affiliated with the University of Denver's Human Trafficking Center. She died in Haiti on November 16 when Donald Trump was elected president. Okay. Then we move over here to Freemasonry. Here's the Freemasons here. Is that? Oh, come on, guys. Hang on, bear with me. All right, so here's the Freemasons down here, okay? Hope you can see all of this screen. All right. Now, Freemason here is depicted as the local enforcement layer, as you can see, okay? That is the local enforcement agencies, and you're not going to believe this, or maybe you will, maybe you've seen it already, but basically, Freemasonry infiltrates police departments so that elite crimes can be covered up at the street level. I'm gonna go a little further into that, and I'll show you these other things with that. The Skull and Bones that we saw here somewhere, Skull and Bones, okay? You've heard of them. And Bohemian Grove right next to it. All right, they function as recruitment and networking nodes that bind political dynasties like the Bushes into the same occult network. Now imagine this. You're an up-and-coming rich person, right? Some tech mogul or whatever, somebody that they could really use, maybe a politician. And you're invited to go to this thing. It's a vacation. No business is going to occur there, at least not in public. It's a party, it's a camp, it's a big party. And that's how, and the same here, it's a brotherhood with the Skull and Bones, right? And that's how they find recruits into this satanic matrix. These societies are presented not as fraternal clubs or historical curiosities, but the dynamic infrastructure of a pedophile aristocracy that has operated for centuries. Now, one note on that, we don't always, you don't have to be part of the elite or the aristocracy to be a pervert, okay? We see that every day. But it trickles down, guys. It becomes normal. There's so many attacks on people and their integrity and so forth, that it trickles down. But the controllers, they love that, but it's the controllers. They got themselves covered. And that is the elite group, is what I'm talking about. So they're part a dynamic infrastructure. They keep recruiting dynamic infrastructure of the pedophile aristocracy that has operated for centuries. Remember that. Skull and Bones, recruiting, okay? They're part of the infrastructure. They're necessary. The various intelligence agencies are cast as the operational arms, and we showed you those, the blues, right? All the different blue ones. The CIA, yep. That appears as a central hub in this thing, right? And it's long served two distinct purposes. First, foreign covert action. This is exactly what happened with Operation Crossfire Hurricane. That's where the CIA coordinated with the FBI and the DNC to manufacture false intel to prevent Donald Trump from becoming president. So that's one of their purposes, foreign covert actions. That's just an example. There's many types, okay? The second one is they act as a domestic protection of elite sexual networks. Now, I've talked to you before about Water Island and how Water Island was owned by the government. I believe it was the CIA. It was one of the intelligence networks. Still owns a good portion of Water Island, which is very close, has the submarine. We talked about all that, the submarine base that Ghislaine is licensed to drive and all that stuff. We talked about that last week. So go back to that if you want to see that, because we also, in a more informal way and less organized and less comprehensive, we covered one of the other maps as well. Very similar to this, but it was a different topic. Let me see if I've got it here. Hang on one sec. Bear with me. I should have that, or did I? Yeah, yeah, we got into that, but it was the other map. I can just look at the other map. Hold on. And I'll tell you what the last week's was. Well, bear with me. I need a little bit of wet my whistle anyway, because I have a lot to go through today. Nothing's easy, is it, huh? Charts and summaries? Nope, that's the wrong one. Oh, that should be right. All right, can't find it. Can't find it. Move on. All right, but maybe somebody will think about what last week's subject was that we talked about, what the map was specifically. All right, so that's the CIA and what they do. Now, there's also the Nazi node. See this down here on the map? And by the way, you can download these maps for your own exploration, or if you want to make memes or whatever, you can download these for free. You just can't commercialize them. And you can also purchase them, and I'll put in the description, I'll also put where you can purchase the maps. And they're really pretty, like if this is your business or you're a podcaster and you want to put something up on the wall and show people, walk around, you can do that. So that link will be in this, and it will be in all of the videos that we do covering his maps. What was his name again? Dylan Monroe's maps. Okay, the next one is the Nazi node, right? Right here. And this one tells us that the Nazis were heavily recruited to the CIA after World War II. The Nazis had an interest in the occult and Satanism. While they want power, they seem to be below the Skull and Bones, okay? That Skull and Bones was pretty high up there. So these are all like arms of the CIA, kind of, but they were lower than the Skull and Bones, which is where basically a lot of our politicians came from. So the Nazis were heavily recruited by NASA also. as Freemasons. They seem to have strong ties to the Denver airport, which connects by underground tunnels to military bases. That's all I'm reading you here. Many believe they are waiting for the right time to take over America. And we're seeing that. But I personally, my take on this is it's all been stopped and it's all been halted. And that we're seeing the movie right now play out. So what you're seeing playing out about these Nazis trying to take over and all this stuff, and we haven't really gone Nazi, we've gone socialism, right? So which is a different thing. Communism is a different thing than Nazism. So maybe we'll see the Nazis, but we have seen some of these groups. Okay, so the connections to the Nazis after World War II are meant to show the continuity of personnel and methods that they used within the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Operation or Organization, one of those, National Reconnaissance, the NSA, National Security. Okay, so now I've done this one before about on Operation Paperclip, and I can link that in the description for you if you haven't seen that. Hold on one sec. Gotta move quick here, guys. So I'm not going to get to, I'll do some comments at the end. I just want to get through this. All right. All right. So what happened was, like I said, I did a video, but I'm going to just give you a brief thing here. This node right here particularly relates to Operation Paperclip, where many of the Nazi scientists were embedded in top-level positions in the United States government after the war. These war criminals were not punished, but instead they were simply relocated and given even more power when they were embedded into our government, to the government of the most powerful country in the world. So the Nazis didn't lose, guys. They continued, only undercover. Within Operation Paperclip, the CIA and other agencies absorbed both technical expertise and a culture of secrecy that the Nazis taught us that later enabled programs involving mind control, drug trafficking, and the shielding of pedophile rings. So I think it's really important to understand that all of these things that you think are isolated things, drug trafficking, oh yeah, no, they all go back to the same place, guys. They all go back to the same place. And that's really an important thing, that once we get to that top, everything collapses. So what we're doing is we're collapsing all this stuff now beneath them and trying to get their protection dissolved or under control so we can get to them. Okay, so these government control, this is the Department of Defense. Okay, well, let's go over here. NSA's purpose was mass surveillance. DOD was military logistics, and directed energy weapons were overseen. And you're going to see how they have been used as well. DHS, that's Homeland Security, that's involved with the local police. What they do is they share their database with the police in return for the police exerting watching, stalking, and intimidation tactics on people that are targets of Homeland Security. There was something else I wanted to say there. Basically, what can happen is Homeland Security can put you on the TSA list, right? And what they do is oh, I know what I wanted to show you. They specifically, tell me if this looks familiar to anybody. Once you're on TSA's list, this isn't a mistake, guys. Okay? You have to understand how they work. I hope that's not too small and you can see it and know what that is. Okay? So with the TSA, they put you on this list and you can be called into this X-ray machine, which is, like we talked about the other day, an almost perfect image of your body. And this is part of a humiliation and intimidation tactic. I mean, really, is it hard? If you were working for TSA, how hard would it be for you to find targets. Okay, they look nervous. There's a lot of ways. You don't need to humiliate people with this. You pat them down, you put them through metal X-rays and so forth. So that's what this chart is saying was going on here. It's part of the elite structure. And it's all done in the name of national security. Then there is the National Reconnaissance Organization that I told you about. Oh, where is that one? Right here. Okay. And they are space-based, omnipresent monitoring by this NRO. We don't hear much about them at all, do we? But this is another intelligence community within the Department of Defense. Specifically, the NRO surveils us via a network of satellites and shares this information on us with federal agencies. So that's what we were talking about. That on the other one, if you remember on the last chart that we talked about, Musk was on the good side. Okay. So it seems to me that they had all these satellites up there already that they were using against us, and we're replacing those satellites. And I'm sure I don't know what is involved in his, but all I can tell you, because I haven't researched any of that, if he's spying any less or, has any additional benefits or what, which we know that Starlink is one, worldwide internet is one, but those satellites by Musk going up, bam, 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 all of a sudden after Trump took over, they weren't just a mistake, guys. It seems like basically they're trying to replace those networks. All right, now it talks about the 5 eyes, right? Okay, a lot of you have heard about the 5 eyes. How are we doing? Is anybody watching? Okay, we've got a few of you on here. Good. Kind of slow today, but that's okay. This way I can go a little better. All right, so the 5 eyes. A lot of you guys have heard about the 5 eyes, and that's in the chart to demonstrate that the system is transnational. Be clear about this, guys. This is not the United States. This is not our problem. It's a transnational problem. Once the elite's sexual crimes became too large to hide through ordinary means, the intelligence community became the perfect and permanent cover apparatus, using secret classifications, black budgets, and technical superiority to keep the public in the dark. And that's where the 5 eyes. To expand, the 5 eyes, also abbreviated FVEY, is a long-standing intelligence sharing alliance. So they're sharing information about all of us between 5 English-speaking countries. And you might be able to read them here: the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the US. Okay, so they're the ones that have been sharing intelligence. The alliance focuses heavily on something called signals intelligence, and that's known as SIG-INT, which involves intercepting and analyzing electronic communications, and it involves cooperation among agencies such as the NSA, which we talked about, the UK's that's still the 5 eyes, the UK's GCHQ, Canada's CSE, and Australia's ASD, and New Zealand's GCSB. So it's kind of like one big task force of spooks, okay? Member countries share large volumes of intelligence and generally treat each other's citizens with fewer restrictions than they apply to outsiders. Are we seeing that? Okay. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let me repeat. Generally treat each other's citizens with fewer restrictions than they apply to outsiders. So what that's saying is that if you come into the United States, so again, it's under security. If you come into the United States from New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and it's true, Britain, you are given less scrutiny and you're able to come in than somebody that comes in from Biafra, if that even exists anymore. I don't know what exists, or South American countries or whatever. This is the operation that spies on us, the 5 eyes. It remains one of the closest and most enduring multilateral intelligence partnerships in the world. and we've heard little publicity about this dark alliance. You've heard it if you've gone down the rabbit hole, but if you haven't, you may not have heard of that one. All right, now the next thing, another part of the control structure, and so got it, guys. This isn't isolated things; they're all interconnected. Another part of the control structure is Hollywood. Hooray, hooray! Remember that? Okay. Well, the chart states that the CIA was found to regularly change and actually write Hollywood scripts. I also did a video on this, and I will link that. The video that I did on that, I did with the help of Dan Willis, and it was really an enlightening thing. I didn't know how much control the intelligence, the government intelligence, the control network had over Hollywood. And it's both sides, guys. There's good disclosure going through Hollywood right now, and there's bad disclosure going through Hollywood. But they've used it for a long time, along with the mainstream media. Where's that? Can't forget those guys. Along with the mainstream media, okay, to basically brainwash us. So we're going to look at these two nodes a little bit more now. First, Hollywood, okay? So the chart states that the CIA was found to regularly change and actually write Hollywood scripts. And like I said, I covered it extensively, and I'll link that with the work I did with Dan. The chart continues that many believe that they aren't just changing the scripts, and this is what Dan told me, to make themselves look good, but they do a new version of MK Ultra to the masses. So they're writing the scripts, which are very often a type of MK Ultra that's being used on us. It's numerous. It's the brainwashing arm of all of this. There's a control, there's a intimidation, there's all of that, and then there's the brainwashing. Okay, so the chart continues that many believe, it says here, many believe that they aren't just changing. Oh, no, I said that already. Sorry. Sorry. I don't do well here when I try to refer to notes, and I don't want to miss anything. I mean, I could just babble on like I usually do, just off the cuff, but I wanted to make sure I covered all of this, and I didn't want to miss anything for you. The CIA used its pedophile program to blackmail the Hollywood elites. Now, we know that. We've seen it with Diddy and all of this stuff. Well, not Diddy so much, but we saw it with Epstein, okay? So Hollywood, Epstein, all of the Playboy Playmates and all that. They're all there. The models, right? Epstein. Many celebrities claim that they black out to later be shown pictures of themselves having sex with children. And I've heard this before. I've heard where they use doubles or substitutes, and you'll be partying with what you think is a beautiful young 23-year-old girl, and she is. She's an adult, okay? And then they drug you, they remove her, they bring in a child, and they start making you have sex with the child, and you're so drugged up, you don't even know it. Hang on, give me a sec. And then also, a lot of people believe that they're behind these weird YouTube videos to the kids that are going on. And we'll talk about that to state that many YouTube videos and podcasters, I'll expand that. We've talked about this before, that many YouTube and podcasters, truthers, are similarly controlled by the dark ones. So they brainwash the children, they brainwash and control, they find the control nodes, just like alternative media has now become a target because they have to. It only makes sense, guys, right? And I see it every day. They are collapsing the legacy media. Nobody trusts them, although I am truly surprised at how many views when I go buy something CNN is still getting. And he said, what is that? I mean, Are this many people that screwed up that they're still believing these lies and they're that brainwashed that they can't pull away from that and at least look at alternatives? I don't know, but it's kind of scary. But anyway, so now instead of having that, we have podcasters that serve to replace that, and they are under the control of the uh, elite pedophile network. So these pedophile programs that are used to blackmail Hollywood celebrities, they black out. And this has been reported by a lot of celebs that they black out, are apparently drugged. And a prime example of that is Justin Bieber, that they wake up and they're committing terrible crimes. Or definitely, I mean, I haven't seen anything of Bieber committing any crimes yet, but it's certainly humiliating what came out about that boy and what they did to him. Whether it's well, he was a child, so it was illegal, but it wasn't illegal on Justin's part. That's the key. Other celebrities appear to be famous because they were part of these secret societies that have sex with children. Several well-known entertainers, and I'll bring you back to this note here. Several well-known entertainers, I'm going to name names, have documented memberships in the Freemasonry. John Wayne was a Freemason. He was initiated in 1970 at Marion McDaniel Lodge, number 56 in Tucson, Arizona. He later received the 33rd degree in the Scottish Rite. And if you know anything about the Freemasons, 33rd, you can see it down here on the thing here. 33rd is when you get complete enlightenment and you know everything that's going on. If you're one of the guys with a little funny hat driving the car and stuff, you don't have a clue what's going on at different levels of this organization. Another one is Clark Gable. Clark Gable was a Freemason. He belonged to the Beverly Hills Lodge number 528 in California. And he was raised to Master Mason in the 1930s. So he was way up there, Clark Gable. Richard Pryor was a Freemason. He joined the Henry Brown Lodge number 22 in Peoria, Illinois in 1981. I don't know who. Oh, maybe you guys know this. He's Parks and Recreation show of some kind. I guess it's a TV show. I don't watch them. Nick Offerman. He's an actor best known as Ron Swanson on Parks and Recreation. He's publicly confirmed that he's a Freemason in interviews. Shaq O'Neal. Lots of people have talked about Shaq going down. If you're watching this Diddy thing, all the whistleblowers and stuff, they talk about Shaq going down. He joined as a Prince Hall Freemason around 2011. He has spoken positively about the fraternity's charitable and community aspects. Michael Richards, a 33rd degree Scottish Rite. That's Kramer on Seinfeld, guys. Bummer, isn't it? Bummer. John Elway, NFL Hall of Fame quarterback, member of the South Denver Lodge in Colorado, number 93. Steve Wozniak, Apple co-founder. What a shock, huh? Joined Charity Lodge number 362 in California in 1980. Jesse Jackson, now this doesn't surprise anybody, made a Mason in the Prince Hall Grand Lodge of Illinois in 1987. Listen to this one, guys. When they say everybody has info, all of these perverts are in our government, I want you to remember that when you hear these names, okay? Buzz Aldrin, longtime Freemason, Clear Lake Lodge, Montclair Lodge. He carried a Masonic flag to the moon. So that's scary, guys. And I do believe we were there. I do believe. I believe that all of the equipment falling down and all of that stuff was part of a CIA operation to then distract us from what we're seeing come out now. Other Hollywood classic figures with documented Masonic memberships include Ernest Borgnine, remember him? Douglas Fairbanks Sr., and Mel Blanc, who was the voice of Bugs Bunny and many other cartoon characters. So Bugs Bunny was a Freemason, guys. All right, now, others have connections to secret societies, and we talked about the Skull and Bones here, right? Yeah, Skull and Bones right there. All right, and that's restricted only to Yale University students. This is a highly exclusive undergraduate senior society. Membership is limited to roughly 15 students per year, and public information drops off sharply after the early 1980s because the society stopped publishing their annual rosters. So we don't really know anymore who's in the Skull and Bones. Why would you do that with a government? Isn't Yale government funded? Why would you do that? I know it's elite. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. I don't want to say that. Maybe it isn't. Anyway, its famous members tend to be politicians and business leaders. All right. So you got that. The Masons have a lot of Hollywood. The Skull and Bones have the politicians. And so there are people like the Bush family. Both Bush presidents were in the Skull and Bones, and John Kerry, who was also a presidential nominee, senator, and secretary of state. Okay, then we've got Bohemian Grove. I went over a little bit about that, but I'll do it again because I want to give you the people that show up at this. Now, remember, Bohemian Grove attendance does not necessarily mean you bit. You took the bait, okay? It doesn't mean you became one of these satanic pedophiles. You have to decide from other observations on your own. You got to think. So just because you went to Bohemian Grove doesn't mean you flipped, okay? So that is a private all-male retreat that was organized by the Bohemian Club of San Francisco. It's not a traditional secret society with degrees like the Freemasons or the Skull and Bones. These are the mini societies. This is what they call more of a mini society. It's an exclusive summer camp for networking, performances, and rituals, most famously the cremation of care, which most of you have heard of. If most people saw how these respected world leaders, because I've seen some of the underground videos of it, I mean, they act like children. You'd be shocked if you saw what goes on in Bohemian Grove. They're wearing robes and doing chants and, sick chants and alleged sacrifices and these skits that are, some are disgusting, some aren't. The club itself does not publish its membership or guest list. But in early 2026, an independent journalist named David Boguslaw, and there'll be links to this one also for you, so you can go through, because he's got 2,200 names of people that have attended Bohemian Grove in 2023. So he somehow got the roster for 2023 camp attendance, and there's roughly 220 names on it. Make sure I get my paperwork here right. Don't want to. Okay. Let me just do this and get a little organized here, guys. This is a little different because I know you guys are on there, and it's different. Okay, so all right, so we've got this list, and at least one club source reportedly confirmed this as generally being accurate as a camp roster through the Bohemian Club itself. But the club does not publicly, officially acknowledge any such list. The names that appear on this, the notable names of this 2023. In entertainment and media, there's Conan O'Brien. What a shock, huh? Jim Belushi, Ken Burns, and Jimmy Buffett. Now you decide who they ensnared. Remember, this is the recruitment part of the satanic matrix. Satanic pedo. Basically, satanic pedo is not separated because they're one and the same guys. So you can decide. Conan O'Brien, Jim Belushi, Ken Burns, Jimmy Buffett. Don't know. Politics, government, and business. Michael Bloomberg, Paul Pelosi, Charles Koch, Eric Schmidt, the former Google CEO, James A. Baker III, Edwin Meese III, Henry Kissinger, and various other current or formal officials, judges, and executives. I'd love to go through that and find the judges that are in that list. And if we can do this, guys, you can bet that Kash Patel is doing it right now. The entire list of 2023 attendees is included in the description, like I said. And so what you'll do is you'll go to the page. Let's see. Let me show you. No, that's not it. Okay. You have to go to the page. I don't have that's going to be the link, and you'll click it. It's down lower, and I'm sorry, I don't have it, but you can see it. You go on the page. It's none of these, right? And it'll say real big halfway through, like this one here. Okay, this one here is the Encyclopedia of Fraternities that I'm going to be linking. There's 476 of these documents within there for you to view. And it's the same way on this one that I'm talking about now with the Bohemian Grove roster. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. Oh, there we go. All right, so these programs seem to be about giving the CIA blackmail material, all of these different ones on you, and then helping you become famous in all of these different ones, not just Bohemian Grove, but in all of the different ones that we've talked about. Skull and Bones, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, etc. People who try to expose this end up dying unusual deaths, like, and they've got that on here also, Isaac Cappy. Those of you that know Isaac know that he tried to, where'd his picture go? Did I miss it? There he is. Those of you that know Isaac know he was an actor. He was a B actor, maybe even C, I don't know. But he could never become an A because he was exposing them. And he is one of many people that have tried to expose him. Think of Michael Jackson. Cappy actually suicided himself. And he, right after he had, I wonder, I should probably, if you haven't seen it, maybe I should give you Cappy's last video, because his last video was him going on saying, "I'm not suicidal," and then he showed up dead. So I will link that one for you. There'll be a trove of research for you guys. I mean, do you guys enjoy this? Let me know in there, and I'll read through it later. But let me know if you ever look at these links. I know Patricia does, but I don't know how many other people do. Okay, and also this Hayden Panettiere, she was blabbing too, so and complaining and calling out people. So this missive continues, saying that Hollywood is pushing towards the sexualization of people, especially children, throughout here, okay? And from what we know, guys, let's admit it, I have to be, very careful in what I accuse anybody of, but we have our own eyes that we can see as well. So it's important to understand, though, that this chart, again, I'm going to reiterate, was put together around 2022. And the sexualization of children, so even though they talked about all of this here, the sexualization, that's why you're not seeing the school matrix on here, because the school was part of it. What they started doing is they started sexualizing our children in schools, rapidly expanding the trans and DEI agenda, telling kids how cool it is to be trans and gay, and encouraging them to transition in school under complete protection from their parents ever finding out. And indeed, giving them the outlet to transition and express an opposite sex in school, and then go home and be a completely different child. I mean, how evil is that, guys? How evil to indoctrinate someone's child and tell the children, control the child's mind at that young age. You're not just controlling the adults' minds anymore. You're controlling the children's minds at that very tender age that is so impressionable. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, so this map here would have included the brainwashing of children and the school system if it had been done after 2022, I believe. Okay, so let's continue in this note of the Hollywood chart, which says it's believed that NSA secret societies are one and the same. Hold on. NSA, is it where it says here? NSA. All right. One and the same. Let me find it. I'm going to take my eye off. Did all that. All right. Oh, so they give hacked images, audio, videos, uh, in Hollywood to make secret taunts in commercials. So this is freaking crazy, guys. The NSA, just like they create the movie script to put out to brainwash you, they also put little inserts for commercials and stuff to brainwash you. And now again, this is a little older, but the other one that we had also addressed, the last one that we did addressed the traders and the online experts and truthers. So it's very likely, guys, that they also get content from the NSA through one channel or another. Maybe it's their source, their connection, who knows? But it gets to them one way or the other. And they can have hacked images. Although they're getting real good now with the AI, it's not so important to hack images anymore because you can make them. You can make it anything you want, and people believe it. So now I have something here. Let me see my note. In commercials and TV shows towards the people, the CIA. Oh, okay. So now we didn't talk about gang stalking. And I think this is an important concept to understand, okay? Gang stalking refers to a form of harassment where an individual is targeted by a group of people who engage in coordinated efforts to intimidate or control the victim. It's often using psychological tactics. This phenomenon is often associated with claims of spiritual warfare and negative energy directed at the individual. This graphic elaborates here that stalking by a group of people in such a way that the victim is aware of it. Mind you, this isn't surreptitiously stalking you. This is stalking you to your face, okay? And it has a purpose. It's meant to cause mental distress to the point of suicide, which is a clean kill for psychopaths. Nobody gets in trouble, you suicided yourself because you were gang stalked. So that is less manipulated unalivings that have to be done, okay? It didn't work with Donald Trump. And if anyone has ever watched his social media accounts and that of Il Donaldo Trumpo, which he has admitted to being behind, it's easy to see that POTUS has turned it around and is gang stalking the various people like James Comey, Ilhan Omar, Chuck Schumer, and many more. And he does it. If you're not part of Il Donaldo Trumpo, you got to find the right one. But it's always confirmed. It's hilarious, guys, and he stalks the heck out of these people, and you know they watch them. And those videos are copied all over the internet. Just what do you call that? Retruthed or whatever, all over the internet. So the chart infers that the CIA influence operations. Get to the CIA here. Where are they? Right there. That the CIA influenced operations and the elite blackmail turned the entertainment industry, down here, okay, into both a recruiting ground for vulnerable talent and a propaganda machine. Twofold, has two purposes: that normalizes or distracts from the pedophilia, which is obscured by the glitz, the opulence, and the American dream of prosperity that everyone craves. And my inspiration for that sentence was my husband, okay? He's going to die. I try and tell him, all his beautiful, perfect women who never pass gas, okay? Every one of those are doing disgusting, disgusting things. The prettier, the better, okay? The more endearing, the better the conduit. So that's, if you're on there, my love, you inspired me with that one. Specific references in the chart to child actors, the coded symbolism, and the suppression of whistleblowers are intended to illustrate that our very culture itself has been weaponized. With the aid of the media, stories that could expose the network are blocked, while narratives that reinforce the elite legitimacy or desensitize the audiences are amplified. The media's role in this view is to keep the public emotionally and cognitively unable to recognize the pattern of elite abuse. And it did one heck of a job, didn't it? Okay, so the next one is the media. Okay, here's the media node. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit, because some of these pictures you may or may not know or have seen. So this, the chart depicts the CIA that we just had and the DOD having strong influence over the media. Anderson Cooper, for example, is allegedly an ex-CIA agent and a Vanderbilt. Most know he's a Vanderbilt. The way this works is that many journalists get paid if they push a certain narrative. The TV media channels were extremely protective over Comet Pizza, if you remember. We were shut down everywhere if you mention that name. Anderson Cooper was the face of CNN for many, many years. He has no education in journalism at all. And he lost this position to be replaced by Don Lemon, who's also now been removed. So I see them bringing down these people. Now, of course, once one's talking head is removed, they can put another one in. Of course they can. But we're exposing them. Boom, boom, boom. They're all being exposed one right after another. So there's many of them to fill these positions. It's the media moguls themselves who must either be incentivized in another direction for this to be, or the corporation has to be dissolved, which is basically the same sign. Either we have to stop paying and buying their sponsor stuff, we have to stop watching them, or we have to, or the government, FCC, whoever it is, has to start, maybe billionaires have to start giving them money to change their way they present media. Same thing, using the matrix against them. This picture right here is a photo over here. If you can see it, I know it's out on the side. Let me just take, yeah, you can see it. Okay, so this one on the side here, okay, that is Anderson Cooper as a child with a statue showing a human being sacrificed right here. I couldn't find a better one. I didn't have time to really look. I believe it's this part right here, being sacrificed, unless it could be here. But that's what this picture is. It's widely known. To a god Tant, they said. And that was written here. That's where I found that. I think that's, yeah, right here. Okay, and then up here, there's also one of the pool. I don't see it. Oh, right over here. This is the pool right here that you've seen in many of the photographs that have the artwork of the children being hung on ropes and with an empty pool. That's this picture right here. Okay, so then there's the connection of law enforcement, right? We talked about that a little bit. Let me find it. And there's a couple things that I've missed here, guys. I know that, but I could only get to so much here. Local law enforcement. Okay. Oh, sorry, my bad. Now, the local law enforcement and the private sector, which supplies deniability and enables them to scale the control nationwide. So you got the CIA up in their little thing. You did. Now it's been disseminated. For the people that complained about putting FBI agents out in the field, they didn't know what they were talking about, guys. You must disseminate the power. You must, to prevent this from happening again. So what this did when they started recruiting police and sharing information like we talked about and using them as mini snitches and what's that word that you call them when somebody does your dirty work for you? That's what they basically are using the police for. So that made them scale nationwide. The chart makes the connection that Freemason penetration of police departments also allows street-level protection of elites while simultaneously enabling the gang stalking of the dissidents. And you can see here, but I couldn't tell who any of these were. So I found a new set. I went searching, but you can see the badges. They're not very clear. I apologize. But when you blow these up, maybe if you buy the map, I'm sure it's much clearer. But what I did, oh, here we go. What I did is I ran some of these for you. I hope you can see them now. Yep. Oh, this is working out good. Okay. I don't know. Oh, no, you're not seeing this. I got to switch it. Hold on. Hold on. Got it. Hi, guys. Got to switch this. All right. So this right here. Nope, I didn't do it yet. Hold on. Here. Police logos. Share. All right. So here you can see Alabama. See the Freemason? Alaska. See that? See this? This is free and accepted Mason. This is Arkansas State Police. What a shock, huh? California Highway Patrol, Georgia State Patrol, Florida Highway Patrol, Delaware State Police, Connecticut State Police, Colorado State Police. Now, Hawaii. I don't know who this is down here, even at this. I can't quite make that one out. Illinois, Indiana, and Iowa. Now, I want to make it clear, guys, that these may be historic badges. They may no longer exist like this, or they may be special badges, they call them, where certain people get these badges. So this is not to imply that every Delaware police officer is going to be wearing this today. They may have been on the patch. I don't know. I was not historically a police officer, so I don't know. And it may be to certain officers as well in certain groups. So just understand that. All right, so let's go back to the map. All right, so here's the map. All right, so the Cyclopedia of Fraternities. I have that somewhere here. Let me see. It's in here. Tell you, this is a lot, isn't it? Well, I didn't even get down to this section right here. I tried to pick the most important. Well, this one, it's a document somewhere. It might be in one of these descriptions that I read. Oh, the United States has, or it might be separate stuff that I found, but the United States has the highest percentage and number of secret society male members than any other country. At one time, now this is an amazing figure, but apparently at one time, 42% of American males over 23 were part of a secret society of some kind, not all the Masons, but of some kind. Second was the United Kingdom. It's entrenched these secret societies in the UK. Per the books and what many secret society members, according to them, most secret societies in America originated with the Freemasons. So they spawned off. The Freemasons up here, I've looked at them a couple times. They control the local police, like we talked about. Masonic, and I'm going to read you what it says here on theirs. Or no, it doesn't say that. Masonic and pedophile symbolism can be found in different police logos. I just showed you that. The number 33, of course, refers to the 33-degree Mason. 33-degree Mason. You can see that here. And also there's the 33 Club in Disney World that you may or may not know about, which is a secret club there right within Disney World. What better place to put a secret society of pedophiles? You tell me. I can't think of a better place, can you? And it's in both locations. Okay, so the local law enforcement now. We talked about that. So the local police are often instructed to send journalists, researchers, and gang stalking victims, people they just don't like, targeted people, to mental wards to get rid of them. And if they can't find or excuse to arrest them, so they send them to mental wards and make them look crazy if they can't find a reason to arrest them. Britney Spears, prime example there. That sure gives me pause about ever going to the police, doesn't it give you? I mean, it's like they are, and of course it's changing. I want to make that clear. I don't want this to be all dark, doom and gloom. We are uncovering this, guys. We are destroying it. If the time to grieve about all this and be horrified was 30 years ago, 20 years ago, it's not now, even 10 years ago. Before Trump got into office and walked down those stairs, guys, that's when we should have been freaking out about this. And some of us were. I've talked many times. When I went down that rabbit hole, 10 years of my life, I lost everything. I lost multi-million dollars in real estate. And Tim can vouch for this because I literally went wacko. And when you go down that rabbit hole, that's why I am thankful for the people that trust me with this instead of going to some of these piecemeal horror shows that are on the internet. You have to understand what went down. And once you understand how it all works and understand that we're collapsing it, then you decide. Personally, my choice is when I have an understanding, I choose to raise my vibration and my consciousness because that's going to be the last step in this whole thing, I believe. Let's make sure you have this chart up there. Okay, no, you don't. You got me. Let me put the chart back up. All right, so we're in the law enforcement thing here. All right. Now, where was I? Okay, so listen to this one. I did not know this. I did not know this. See this right here connection? The CIA tries to have at least one officer in all local law departments to become an undercover CIA agent so they can help cover the agency's tracks and help murders to be ruled as suicides or accidents. One CIA agent in local law enforcement. Unbelievable. When traditional intelligence methods risk exposure through FOIA requests and whistleblowers, the system allegedly outsourced the harassment, the surveillance, and the electronic attacks to private contractors and ex-intelligence officers. And that's down here. To private sector, the ex-intelligence officers. This guy here, Jesus Mendoza, I looked him up. And basically, he was going to blab. South Texas, he was a lawyer. Oh, that's right. He was a lawyer, and he sued one of the agencies. Had an FBI agent admit he was instructed to use, and a direct energy weapon was used on this man. Okay, so if you want to check a little more out about him, that's Jesus Mendoza. Midge was another targeted individual in Arizona. She was attacked in her sleep and in her car. An ophthalmologist confirmed that her eye burns were from radiation. Nizan Lopez became a TI and kicked out of college after a Jewish professor got upset. So at TI, he's a targeted individual and kicked out of college after a Jewish professor got upset over a classroom presentation that he made about 9/11 being a conspiracy. Can you believe this? Can you believe it, guys? Edward Snowden, we know what he did. WikiLeaks, Vault 7, the government can easily hack your phone and computer. He exposed all of it and told us about what was going on there. And it's believed that they view your internet history. Well, I think we've gone before that. I've done videos on that they have profiles on us now. But he had to exile the country is the bottom point. Then there's the gang members. The DOD and the CIA give gang members and motorcycle clubs portable DEWs, direct energy weapons, to torture people with. They are often kept in backpacks or cars and remotely controlled through the internet using a cell phone Wi-Fi. The CIA and the DOD, in turn, help protect them from prosecution in their drug busts. Now, let me make it clear, guys. That's all over, okay? There's a new sheriff in town, and that's all over. Now we're trying to clean these people up, but they're not getting protection anymore. You see them. They're going down one by one by one. David Schurter, after trying to expose all of the satanic ritual abuse that he experienced as a child, he soon became a targeted individual himself. So anyway, you get the point, right? You get the point. All right. That's local law enforcement. And they went to private contractors, and we showed who those were and stuff. All right. Now, we did, where is our little girl? I'm going to show you her. Are we getting to her soon? Thought it was halfway through, but it might be just a little bit further. Did I pass her? Hang on, bear with me. Oh, there she is. Okay, so she's a little further down. All right, so let's go. Let me try and get through this. All right, you heard about ping pong, comet ping pong. Got to go smaller to see what we got here, right? Comet ping pong. Remember all this? This is when everybody learned, just had it. This is everybody learned about all the pedophilia signs that were there, right? The boy lover, the girl lover. And then people started identifying these things on toys. Can you believe this? They were on toys, those, and we're seeing them. If you don't know what they are, you're going to see them in all kinds of logos, corporate logos. That tells us what these people are about. The key is don't support these people. If these products, if there's a product that has got this logo and they're using it in their logo, AOL was one of them, okay? Don't support them. Sorry. Needed lots of coconut water for this one. Okay, we're getting there. Now, I assume you guys are talking among yourselves. Never done one like this before, but I wanted to. Now, notice, let's see. Okay, specific scandals right here. Can I make it bigger? Yeah. All right, now, Comet, Ping Pong, Pizzagate, Haiti, the Finders Cult, they're all connected. Finders Cult is in here somewhere. But they're all connected, and the various ritual abuse testimonies aren't isolated cases at all, guys. They're visible surface manifestations of a much deeper structure. So when you see these kids that are saying this happened to them, this isn't isolated, not isolated. It's so important to understand that. It's the same people, the same symbols, the same intelligence protection, and the same pattern of institutional cover-up. They're all common denominators in these various scandals. Okay. Now, then we've got the DOD is the one that is connected to many secret societies. And I'm like, what the heck is many secret societies, right? Well, basically, the many secret societies connect the churches and the 5G internet. I thought, gosh, that's strange. This, look at that. With these different, and I thought, well, that was an odd connection with the 5G. I get the churches, but the 5G? Well, listen to this one, guys. Let's see. So the many secret societies are more informal, more low profile groups. I think I have a list of them for you. Yeah, I have a list just to give you an example of some of them. Next time you walk through the airport, remember this when you go through that thing, guys. So they're lower, but they operate outside of the classical structure, the hierarchical structures. Many participants in elite protection or targeting operations would never formally join one of the named lodges, right? So there's other ones there, and they still function as networked cells, even though they wouldn't join those bigger ones. They're on the map, they're depicted as often ideologically or occult-tinged circles, sometimes linked to figures associated with military intelligence or experimental programs. The military bonding provides ritual bonding, shared secrecy, and operational cover without the paper trail of larger fraternal organizations. Are you understanding how massive this is yet, guys? I mean, this is huge. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is, trying to get it. Yeah, that is our world, guys. That's what controls our world. Only the pedophile network, the satanic pedophile. That's what's controlling our world. That's how big it is, guys. Big, big, big. All right. So the point being made is that the system is not limited to well-known societies. It multiplies through countless miniature, deniable associations that recruit, blackmail, or coordinate while remaining below the threshold of public scrutiny. All right, so a couple of them. There's a Temple of Set that was founded in 1975 by Michael Aquino, if you guys know who he is. It was after he split from the Church of Satan. There's the OTO, a Thelemic magical order associated with Aleister Crowley. Everybody knows who he is. He's, evil. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The Finders, which we talked about, which is a small Washington, D.C. group. It's a communal group. And it appeared in 1980s investigations involving children. The Process Church of the Final Judgment is another one. The Scroll and Key is one of Yale's senior secret societies. And then there are also smaller and less famous societies, the Scroll and Key, than that. The Wolf's Head is another Yale society, which is one of those smaller ones. The Order of the Golden and Rosy Cross, pronounced Gold und Rosenkreuz, an 18th century German Rosicrucian order with alchemical and Masonic influences. The Church of Satan, founded by Anton LaVey. The Thule Society, it's a German occult group. And on and on and on, guys. There's so many of these smaller mini secret societies. So why were they connected here with 5G? Well, you're going to love this one, guys. You're going to love this one. 5G is a technological escalation, basically, of direct energy weapons and surveillance capabilities. The chart says that the civilian cellular infrastructure, the routers, the towers, the denser 5G network can be or already is being used as a distributed weapons platform that's capable of delivering non-lethal effects on targeted individuals. Anybody surprised by that one? I didn't think they were doing dues out of the 5G. I hadn't heard that one before. This is a departure from traditional intelligence methods of harassment and monitoring in the private arena, which empowers deniability. So they no longer have to get into that gang stalking that they do and making you go crazy. They just hit you with a do. They just hit you with a do from the 5G tower outside of your home, and they don't have to do the gang stalking anymore. It becomes much easier. I'm sure these have been dismantled, and it's probably been done from a central way in some way, but I haven't seen, well, of course, I don't live near a 5G tower. It's pretty far away. So the commercial telecom grid itself became an always-on, ubiquitous delivery system for direct energy weapons. The intent is to present 5G not merely as the intent of the map is to present 5G not merely as a communications upgrade, but as the physical embodiment of a long-standing electronic controlled architecture that's now been scaled to reach the entire population. Pretty scary, isn't it? All right, the churches, we've talked about them. I did the video on Mother Teresa. You've seen all that. But the DOD is also connected to the DOD is also connected to the churches via these secret societies and the NSA. See that with the NSA going right to it? Boom. So they occupy a dual role in this part of the map. On one hand, they're shown as recipients of funding, money. They get the money, right? The churches get the money. And cooperation from the intelligence and military circles, including shadow budgets, remember the black budgets, or domestic spying arrangements. The other purpose of the churches is that they present as recruitment grounds and cover institutions, places where the hierarchy, the secrecy, and the moral authority can be leveraged to silence victims. We've seen it. But remember, this is the thing, guys, I want you to hopefully understand. This is more than a few priests, isolated priests that did something that are perverts. This is more than a politician that's a pervert. This is a structure, okay, that uses these as a way of influence. It's a protection mechanism for these people. Many religious structures are far from being protecting the perpetrators and protecting children and victims. They're far from that, guys. In fact, they're just the opposite, and may be involved in evil and elite corruption. They've been partially co-opted, or a parallel has been constructed so that they either actively participate in or at least fail to disrupt the larger system while protecting high-level abuse. Now, there's a couple QAnon logos here. I wanted to, that was Q. Here's QAnon. Oh, no, okay, sorry. Here's the QAnon. Come back over, okay? Now, this is here because it has references to the military intelligence exposing the network. These elements are incorporated to assure us that a counterforce within the military or intelligence community is finally breaking the silence and demonstrating that the system, through it, though it's vast, it's not invincible. Okay? It's not invincible, guys. And notice this, again, 2022, are they the good guys trying to do the right thing, or do they see the shit hitting the fan soon and want to distance themselves from the corruption? Only time will tell. I think with Trump and all the moves that he's made, if you believe Trump is on the right side and you're watching the things that he's doing, you think he's going to collapse the Fed and all of this, then I think we've made our decision here, because he has pretty much now associated himself with Q. So I think we know which side Q's on. All right, then there's the FBI Anon. And this is an internal or quasi-internal whistleblowing vector. We should give it mixed skepticism, guys, and use it cautiously. The node here, this node asserts that the Bureau itself holds vast knowledge of pedophile networks and missing children cases. The 500,000 figure appears as a dramatic claim. There's a 500,000 in here somewhere. It's probably written out. But it's a dramatic claim of scale. Yet the same system suppresses or misdirects that information when you own the information, guys. So that's why the FBI now being taken over by Patel was so important. He had to step out because he was the one that had all the whistleblowers in there that could tear this thing down. And it's my understanding that a lot of the FBI agents also wanted in to destroy this. They saw it, they were uncomfortable with what was happening, and they wanted no part of it. At the same time, anonymous communications attributed to FBI Anon are presented on occasional leaks that confirm the existence of Q. So the FBI would have been pursuing two opposing missions. There's two sectors, just like two governments were going on, two sectors within the FBI were going on with opposing missions. This is confirmation that white hats have been embodied right next to the dark ones, watching, collecting evidence, and usurping control. That's why, guys, nothing can stop what is happening. All right, so the CIA, as you can see, was the central part of this chart. It was the center of the entire control matrix, with connections to the skull and bones, the law enforcement, the finders, the media, Hollywood, and the mafia. Now, I need to go to get I already have it up. Now I'm going to talk about Teresa, okay? I'm going to give you a little background about her. and you're going to see the video. This is Teresa. Oh, and remember, I don't know which one this was in. I didn't have time to look this up, but apparently Stanley Kubrick, in one of his videos, maybe Clockwork Orange would be maybe what I would think about. He said, pedophiles run the world. They've been telling us all along, guys. They've been telling us. All right, so Teresa. All right, she was about 15 then when she did this testimony. And she says from around age 2, she was left in the care of her grandmother, who she calls Nan, in South London. And Nan either led or participated in a satanic cult that subjected her and other children to extreme sexual abuse, animal and human sacrifice, and forced participation in rituals. Teresa testified that as a child, she was, I'm going to let her say it, okay? She had 7 pregnancies, this poor girl. There's a documentary, The Devil Made Me Do It. It was done actually, amazingly, by 60 Minutes in the late 1980s or early 1990s this was done. Some key claims, I'll run past her key claims, that she made was that there were repeated group sexual abuse, 10 to 30 adults during ceremonies, forced sexual acts with animals such as goats, donkeys, etc. And this is a child, guys. She was 15 at this time, and it started at 2. Witnessing the ritual killing, being locked in coffin-like boxes with spiders, snakes, and worms. Witnessing the ritual killing of adults and many babies, children, including newborns and aborted fetuses. Multiple pregnancies starting from 11. Forced abortions performed by doctors or her grandmother. In at least one case, she said that she was made to eat parts of her own fetus. Bodies disposed of in large chemical tubs that reduced them to sludge. Now, I'm giving you a short clip of this, and that's why I'm reading this. You may not hear all of this from her mouth. But you can go, there'll be a link, and you can go to this movie if you're so inclined. Threats against her own daughter. She has one daughter who she said she left behind when she escaped. Being kept disoriented with drugs or knockouts so that she could not locate the rural castle-like house where the worst rituals occurred. And there is medical evidence of the long-term abuse of this child. A psychiatrist statement prepared for the program says that Teresa's account does not appear to be the product of any kind of psychosis or fantasy. A therapist named Ray Wire, who also worked with many alleged satanic abuse victims and some perpetrators, say her story matches the patterns that he has heard from both victims and offenders. Police had charged several people, including the grandmother, on counts of aiding, rape, and performing abortions, plus 5 men on rape charges, and were investigating the ritual killing claims. So now I'm going to set you up with Teresa and let you listen to it from Teresa's words. Hold on. Give me a second. Got to find it. Here we go. And I have it already queued up to the part where I want to start it at. So I'm going to do this. Can I do that with this now? Yeah, you got it. All right. I got to find where it was. All right, here we go, guys. The Devil Made Me Do It.
Last year on the 60 Minutes program, I told the story of a young English girl, Teresa. I said then that it was the most painful story I'd reported in 28 years. Here's part of what she told me.
Usually one of us would have to go on the Star, and then we'd be raped by everyone who was there.
Did this happen to you?
Yeah, a few times.
How many men would have sex with you at any one time?
It was usually 10 to 20.
What happened to Teresa is still one of the most controversial cases in British legal history. Mother and daughter are together now, but for 12 years, Bridget had no idea what was happening to her child.
I thought she was just hurt by the breakup of the marriage of myself and her father. I explained it away with things like that, that this was because she'd come from a broken home.
You see, Teresa's parents split up when she was just 2 years old and left her in the care of Nan, her grandmother. That's when her trouble started. Nan was part of a satanic cult.
And we used to be taken to a house in the country, or one house in the country, where it would happen there. And we'd have ceremonies there, and we'd kill babies and adults and animals, and we were made to have sex with the animals. We were raped by my uncles and aunts and friends of the family.
Now, when you say we, you and other kids?
My cousins, you know, some girls and boys.
Was Nan there? Was your grandmother there?
Most of the time.
You said that animals were killed there and people were killed there.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
To begin with, it was only animals. You know, I can remember them being brought in and cut down the middle and opened up. It was usually in the star on the table. We had a big table. When the people were brought in, it was the same sort of thing. It was just, you know, a lot worse.
As the rituals grew more violent, Teresa tried to escape, but the cult weren't about to let her go.
And we ran out of the house and we were running down the hill.
Were you trying to get away?
Yeah, we were going to run away and go somewhere nice. But they set the dogs out and we got caught by the dogs. And we were brought back. I thought I was going to die too, but I didn't. I was tied up for a few days.
Teresa, what sort of people were sacrificed at those rituals? Who were they?
One time it was a tramp, or it looked like a tramp.
A tramp?
Yeah. He was brought in and he was, you know, laughing, and he didn't seem to be there, you know, or was sleepy. And they laid him on the thing and they cut him from his neck right down, and he screamed a bit, and then he, you know, it just stopped, died out, and he died, and they ate his insides.
The people there ate parts of the tramp?
All of us did.
Did you understand why they ate him after they killed him?
They said it was for Lucifer. And they said it made him happy.
Was your Nan there? Was Grandma there during the sacrifices?
Usually.
What was she doing when this went on?
I was usually looking at what was happening. But if I turned around at her, she would be smiling or laughing or chanting if they were chanting.
Did Nan take part in the ceremonies?
Yeah.
According to Teresa, hundreds of babies were sacrificed by the cult. Not just other people's babies, but her own as well. By the age of 11, she'd already become a mother. How many times did you become pregnant?
7.
7 times. The babies were aborted, were they?
Yeah.
Where were the abortions carried out?
My nans were at the house.
Who would perform the abortions?
At our house, it was my nan. And at the bigger house, it was the doctors there.
Doctors were part of those ceremonies too, were they?
Yeah.
Would anything else be done with those fetuses?
They were eaten.
I beg your pardon?
They were eaten. We were made to eat them. And everyone would have of peace.
Now, Teresa and Bridget came over from United Kingdom. They're with us here in the studio tonight. Do you think that abuse that Teresa was subjected to was at the hands of Satanists?
Oh, I'm sure. And
What?
Satanists were raising her, so her only image of Satan is what they gave her.
Okay, guys, so I'm gonna take that down now. That's enough. There will be a link to the complete video. So go over there. Somebody did a lot of work putting this together, and it's a very long. It's about an hour, and you just got a few minutes of it. So go over there, check it out, and a couple things here. Yeah, a lot of they are. I was going through some of your comments. I just wanted to mark here that Den is something that you might want to look at. Den told us that there's a movie called American Made with Tom Cruise. Boy, my hair does it always look this bad, guys. I need a hairdresser. Aren't one of you guys a hairdresser? All right. Movie with Tom Cruise. So American Made is a movie with Tom Cruise where he flew the cocaine into Arkansas. That was by Den. Also, Happy, hi Happy, said that Charlie Ward said just recently, today, I guess, on Instagram or one of those, that the Alliance just brought down over 800 perps. So remember, on last week's chart, we were talking about Charlie Ward and where he stood on that. And if you remember, it was up in the air. They weren't sure. It's unclear what side he's on. So I guess he is corruptible, perhaps. Don't know. But so I wanted to do that. Happy says it was like 85 of them. So we'll have to see what's going on with that. I need confirmation, of course. Yeah, they do put those that symbols in our face. Well, you know what? Q said, Happy, that their symbols is what's going to destroy them. So that's a cool thing. Sheriff's Department. Yep. President Kennedy spoke of the danger. He did speak of the danger of secret societies, Patricia. You're absolutely right. Your own dad was in a secret society. That's why I wanted nothing to do with him. Yeah. Disney did that shit for years, not just this country, but the other ones too, of course. It's all a facade over massive child trafficking and sacrifice. And in Orlando, we have local police. One guy that's on TV all the time, and it's amazing how many pedophiles they arrest that work for Disney. It's just unbelievable. Let's see. Happy says many of us have to go really deep down the rabbit hole. I talked about that. Okay, Tim's heading home. Let me just tell him, okay, drive careful. Tim's going to drum tonight. He's going to drum tonight, so that ought to be cool. He hasn't drummed in a couple weeks. He's been feeling really tired because he's been on this new diet that he's not getting the calories. He's on a calorie-restricted diet now. Okay, many of us have to go really deep down. Oh, I talked about that, Happy, and what I cautioned people about is that that's why I'm doing these charts, is because I'm trying to prevent them from the trauma of going down these rabbit holes, because it is just that. When you go down these rabbit holes and you learn about this stuff, and you learn especially this particular part of it, yeah, you know, the truthers, the lies, the media, all that, that's a bummer, you know what I'm saying? And it's brainwashed and it pisses a lot of people off. But the satanic pedophile, this particular one, I felt it was really important for people to understand that when you go down this node, I lost 10 years of my life. Okay, 10 years. I lost millions, probably about $3.5 to $4 million in real estate assets that I had, because I literally just crashed and went nuts. I couldn't take it. I didn't want to live. So that's why I think it's really important for people, if they want to go down these rabbit holes, keep in your mind, whatever you do, just always keep in your mind that it's over. It's being exposed. The time to be upset and in horror was before this whole operation started. So always go from that angle that, and there's one thing I want to say also before the end of this, but always go for that angle that, keep your frequencies high. I showed you the chart last week. Keep your frequencies high. And know, I want you to know too, in manifestation, guys, because people are like, well, you know, I was all positive about this for a week. I wanted this, and 2 weeks, whatever. I did my affirmations, whatever. And something bad happened to me. Okay. Understand that nature and the universe, there's a period before manifestation occurs. So once you start sending that clear message that this is it, and you don't have all these other messages, we talked about that last week. You've got these affirmations, right? And you're giving affirmations to yourself over and over and over again. But then when you start, you're not giving yourself your affirmation, you're telling your brain the absolute opposite. I'm never going to get out of this debt. I'm never going to do this. I'm never going to do that. And the brain doesn't know what to think. So then you're like kind of just waffling all over. But once you have a clear direction in how you want your brain to manifest things, it's still this backlog, kind of this delay in it occurring. And you have to understand that it takes persistence, guys. It takes persistence. Stick to it and stick with your manifestations. I'm almost done Dan's crystal video, and I have completed one. I've completed the script for one. I just have to video it now. And I have so many in here that I don't even know what it is. Hold on. Let me go to these videos. All right. So the one I have in process right now, did I do Operation Baby Lift? That's in review. So it might be that one that I've got. Operation. I thought I did that one though. Maybe I just haven't turned that one. Anyway, I've got another one. It's completed. I hope to get it out this weekend. Okay. I know I'm slow. I'm trying to figure this all out. All right. Let's see. Marquez written key. Mystifying Mark with his little kitty cat. I love that. Okay, now Den says that he believes every sheriff along interstate freeways are corrupt to make sure that the traffic continues to move. But I think that's over with. I really do, Den. Yeah, there's always going to be some, but that's this weeding out process. You know, that's the cleansing that must occur. We got to let these people, give them enough rope to hang themselves, as they say. Yeah, there is a lot of them, isn't there, Happy? A whole lot of them. Donald, hi, Donald. 2% of all the cops are good. Really? 98% of them are tyrants with a gun. Well, you know, I always thought that it almost took an ego trip or somebody on a power trip to want to do that kind of work, you know, because it gives you access to beating up people. Just like working at Disney World gives you access to children if you're a pedophile. If you're a cop and you're a bully, what better place to be? You know what I'm saying? So that doesn't surprise me very much at all, Donald. Helen, 5G towers all around me. Oh, no, baby. I think it's why I don't sleep well. You know, it goes back to the old time aluminum foil on your head, okay? You can't put it. What you can do is you can do some kind, if you really want concern about it, on your walls, your outside walls, you could put some kind of metal, even foil if you want, and then some kind of wood over it or something, panels over it, and that would stop that from coming into your house. Of course, once you walk out, but still, you know, it's a bunch, right? Just what Happy just said. It causes extreme oxidation and stress. And it's hard to rest. And not only is it hard to rest, it makes us sick, guys. It makes us sick. Oh, there's Kath. Hi, Kath. Bill's taking a nap. What did you do to him, girl? Mystifying Mark, vampire nanny. Yep. You know, I had a question about Teresa, too. You know, whose grandmother was that? Was it the mother's mother or was it the father's mother? And did she all of a sudden, when she got that baby at 2 years old, turn into this? No, I think somebody, the father or the mother, was subjected to the same thing, and they left their child. And maybe it's the father, the way the mother acted. You know, she didn't act shocked. She didn't act angry, but maybe they've been through that process already. But with little Teresa, who left her with that woman, and how didn't they know if it was your mother and father or your mother? Yep, I know, Happy. It is beyond horrible. I'm surprised you hadn't seen that one before. Donald saw it a long time ago and tried to get people to believe it. Yep. Oh, there's more of them too. And the thing about it is, she's so credible, isn't she? She's so credible. She's demure. She's the perfect type of child that they would pursue. Now, of course, she was. Even now, this is the sad thing. Even now, if she were targeted, because she is so quiet and obedient and so forth, even now, could they still get her? They got her at 2 years old. She didn't have much of a choice there at all of discernment. But just a horrible, and she's one of many. There's a brother and sister that talk about it also. Movie, The Good, oh, okay, let's write that down. The Good Shepherd is about the skull and bones, according to Helen. The Good Shepherd. Sometimes I can get time at night when Tim's watching TV and talk him into something like this. Oh, it's about the CIA too. Cool. All right. And diamonds. I don't know what that's about. Give me some. There's our Vixen. Hi, Vixen. Greetings, oh children of the night. Yeah, I'm working on. I've still got yours, Vixen. Okay, now since that's all of those things, I want to say something here, guys. Our beautiful Tahoe got some bad news. I don't know what it is yet. You all knew she had an appointment on Wednesday. I was concerned about how long it was taking them to get her in, because once it metastasizes, it becomes a much harder fight. She may have to lose part of her kidney. But the thing is, wherever she's at, she, Vixen tonight, she's Vlad the vampire. She is still in a treatable stage. Apparently, if they want to take her kidney, that means that, like for instance, the family member that I have, I got a little update on that. They have told her, and the prognosis looked much worse, actually, from when I was researching. But apparently, they've told her that she could live 5 years, but she will be on chemotherapy for the rest of her life, on and off bouts, kind of. So still, our beautiful little Tahoe is not in that position, I hope, yet, because there's still a possibility of surgery. With the other one, there was no hope for surgery, or at least she's refused it. Let's put it that way. So yes, I want massive love. Let's close our eyes. I've offered my assistance if she needs help. She's all alone, guys. She really has nobody. I think she lives with her mom. They're both displaced, and she's taking care of her mom while she's going through this. And it breaks my heart. So I don't know what yet, but Patricia is going to try. I hope Patricia has reached out to me, and I'm going to give her my phone number, and we're going to try to set up a 3-way with Tahoe, and then I can share that with her in case she needs me. But right now, she needs all of us, guys. She needs us sending love. Just love her. Feel the compassion. Know that she's a beautiful person inside, and she's fighting so hard. And my thoughts on this are, if she can hang on, and if my other person that in my life, my family member, has 5 years, then hopefully she's got more. Tahoe has even more if she goes through with the treatments. So the med beds are coming. I know in my heart they are coming. So we just need her to hang on until she can get into treatment, and pray for her. Right now, I just want you to send out as much love across the universe to Tahoe, and let her know that we're all thinking of her. We love her, and she's not alone. Love can do it, guys. Love can do it. She's a little afraid right now, as any of us would be. And it's not over yet. It's not over yet. She will come out of this glorious. I just know it. She will come out better and smarter and wiser and evolve. She's one of the people that when she comes out of this, she will move upward. She will evolve vibrationally, with her consciousness and so forth. So I just wanted you to keep her in mind. Yes, we do need to encourage her to fight, Patricia. Thank you. We do. And I wanted to let you guys know that. So Vixen, I'm dealing with that right now. But I'm going to read yours and see if I have some comments on that. I just can't do a lot of researching on it right now. Yeah, the med beds are needed now. When it hits close like this, Donald. Oh, there's Giving Soul. Hi, Giving Soul. Thank you. Thank you so much for your energy. I appreciate it. All of you guys. But, you know, when it hits home, Donald, and one of your own kind of are dealing with it, it really becomes important to understand that. So for me, I can only say that if I had a catastrophic disease at this point, I would be doing everything to hang on until these beds come, because it's not, I don't see it being 5 years. I just don't, because of things that I've been told. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Yes, send Reiki energy to her, please. And I know that works because another good friend of mine basically sent it to me when a hurricane was coming, and the hurricane hit all over the place, all around our house, and our house was untouched. That was the second time we almost got hit. So, hi, Giving. So it can help. Please send the Reiki energy to her. I don't have the full story yet. She did give Patricia permission to share the information. And I'm glad she did, because we need to think of her every day, guys. Write it on your hand. Just write Tahoe on there or whatever, so that, or write it somewhere that you look every day, and just try to please send her some energy, some healing love, and some encouragement, because she, in addition to healing love, she needs she needs the encouragement that she can overcome this, and the fear, because the more fear she has, the worse it is for her condition. So we got to try that. Maybe give her some things. Let me hold on real quick. Bear with me. I know it's getting a little late. There's Timmy. 10 affirmations for someone who just received bad news regarding a cancer diagnosis. You know, it angers me so much. And you know what angers me the most, guys, is that I believe it's all preventable. I believe this damn cancer is preventable. It's what we eat. It's the poisons in our food. It's the plastics. All right. Hold on. Third party love. Okay, hold on. I just want to change that anyway. So, there he is. He came in the front. I thought I put you in the dark, babe.
You locked me out.
I locked you out again. You make me so paranoid that I have to lock the doors all the time, and it's automatic now. All right, so I just want to take a second here, and 3 times I want to. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to say this 3 times. 3, the magical number, huh? May Tahoe feel held in deep healing love, even in the middle of her fear and uncertainty. Healing love is surrounding Tahoe right now, reminding her that this diagnosis doesn't define her worth or her future. May strength rise with her gently, carried by the healing love being sent her way. I'll do it 2 times because I did a couple of affirmations in there. One more time. May Tahoe feel held in deep healing love, even in the middle of her fear and uncertainty. Healing love surrounds her now, reminding her that the diagnosis doesn't define her worth or her future. May strength rise within Tahoe gently, carried by the healing love that is being sent her way. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Kathy says, when I received, so Kathy, good. Kathy's got a little story here. She received chemo 2 years ago and asked that the harmful portions of the medicine pass through without harm and the good work to do its work. 2 years ago. So you're healing yourself, Kathy. Great. I hope it cured you. And I know you still have a couple years to go before you're free, but Tahoe's going to make it. Tahoe's going to make it. Donald says, I'm thinking of bringing out the med beds within a year from now. You know, I am also I'm thinking by the end of next year for some reason. And here's why. When we looked at last week's Matrix, guys, we were so close. That was the plan. That's what that one was. Gosh, I wish I could find that one. That was the plan itself. And when we went down on that map, we saw that we were real close to the end of this. So I think it's going to be by the end of next year. Maybe, hopefully sooner. Hopefully sooner. Intruder in the White House. What is that, Mark? You got to give me a little more. You know I'm not big on icons. And I get feelings, but I don't read minds. So is there one now? Is that the hottest news or what? There's more earthquakes and landslides plus floods in several more countries now. Last in Italy. Well, don't forget, Vixen, watch the water. We were always told, watch the water, and we're waiting for the Three Gorges Dam to come down. There's been some reports on Instagram today about med beds getting to be ready to be put in the hospitals. You know, I've been watching that so many. It's code. Thanks, Mystifying Mark. It's code. It's code that I don't know. You know, I hear that every week. And so I never know, Happy, if it's just parroted, parrotive narratives that are being put out there to lower the vibration when it doesn't happen or what. They are finding the earthquake machines. There are articles about that on Threads and Instagram. Well, it doesn't surprise me that they are. I didn't know there were specific earthquake machines. Yeah, the earthquake. I mean, the echo chamber, right? You know, it's hard to tell who's telling you the truth and who's telling you lies, and it doesn't matter why. The fact of the matter is that they both exist. You know, it's just wild, and I hope that these. Do you guys like these examining these charts, or do you like more of just a? Because I have some more that are really interesting, or do you like more of just a by the cuff news bits? I figured that you were all watching. You can get all that other stuff on the news, right? You can hear on whatever stations you watch and so forth about what happened with immigration and stuff like that. And maybe I'll throw a couple pieces in there here and there, depending on the length of the evaluation of these charts. But if you like them, let me know, because it's helping me. It's giving me clarity. But if you want to change the format, we can do that too. Oh, okay. Happy really loves the charts. Okay. Because it puts the puzzle together. Happy is what I'm saying. You know, all of these threads that are all out there, that there's no one person putting it together for us. That's up to us. So I really love them too. And it's giving me clarity about how they work. And, of course, I'll put the links, and you can do some more on that. Giving Soul likes the charts too. Great. Yeah, it's a puzzle, and we're all trying to figure it out. And Helen likes. Okay, so I'm hearing that a lot of you guys like these charts and examining them. Kathy says, I have heard that if there's an earthquake without further tremors, they are getting rid. Well, what that is, that's partially true, Kath, but it's also a specific depth of the earthquake. What was it, guys? 10 or something is the number. It's a depth of penetration. I forget what it was, or maybe it's 1 mile. Maybe it's 1 mile down or something. That they are blowing up tunnels. So it's not only the tremor, the after tremors are another one. But if it's like a Cat 5, not Cat 5, that's a hurricane. If it's like a, I forget. We don't have those earthquakes here. What are they called? I went through one time, but I forget what they're called. But you know what I'm saying. If the tremors, they usually do have an aftershock. Yes. And if they don't, that's an indicator. But if it was a giant one without an aftershock, I think that's lucky, maybe. I don't know. But I'm not a meteorologist or whatever you call those guys. Let's see. Patricia likes him. Dylan is an amazing map maker. He really is. Really is. Gotcha. Okay. So, Gene Decode is excellent on. Yeah, he is. And the tunnels also. Gene is great on the tunnels. He's mapped out those tunnels all across the world, I think, now. He's done a lot of work on that. So Gene is a good one, too. Hopefully, the Special Alliance has retrieved all of the diabolical earthquake machines and are using them to destroy the rest of the tunnels. I haven't heard about these earthquake machines. Do you have a reference on those by any chance, Happy, who's talking about it? If you do, I'll look it up. Because I really haven't heard of a machine specifically. Yes, there's technologies and equipment that I've heard of, but the term machine, I guess, I'm trying to understand what that is. I think so too, Donald. And when new ones come in, when new people come in and they haven't seen this, I try to. I try to make them understand and lessen the impact. I'm not here for the shock value. That's the last thing I want to do to anybody is the shock value, because it's very harmful to them and it's harmful to the overall operation of what's going on. So, they lost. Oh, it's lost in your phone somewhere. I'd have to look for it. Okay, I understand. But yeah, I think it's important that we all transition through this. We understand, like that one last week really helped us, and it helped me go through and assess. Some people I already knew had turned and flipped, but just like we learned today, they can actually, with these, they do. Once they take you over with, and you flip to the dark side, they give you scripts to say to brainwash you, and music and sounds and videos to put into your podcast to brainwash you. So I've always said that once I know somebody has flipped to the dark side, I don't want to hear one word from them. I don't listen to CNN. I don't, because I hear, like I said before, I hear people saying, oh, well, it's research. You're researching lies. What the hell kind of purpose is there to research lies? Research truth. That's the only thing that counts. Vixen always comes in late. What about what was today's session about? Vixen, it was about the satanic pedophile matrix, because we've talked about all the other matrix that exist, the educational matrix, the medical matrix, the banking matrix, and all that stuff. But nobody ever talks about the satanic pedophile matrix. We talk about it in isolated bits and pieces, and we hear horror stories here and there and here, but we don't really understand how organized this thing is. You know what I'm saying? This is not a mistake. This is not. It's a control mechanism. That's what you have to understand. It's not bad people alone. It's weak, compromised people that are being managed by a control system. Always understand that there's a control system that they have subjected themselves to. It's not for me to decide who did it voluntarily, who was born into it, but it's going to be an issue to decide and to give just punishment to people within this system. Would you do something to Teresa? Didn't she say she killed babies before? Should she be punished? Tell me, what do you think? Do you think that girl should be punished? I don't. She should be healed and compensated. So that's the problem we run. But that's what it was about, Vixen. It was about how the government itself is running the entire pedo control pedo satanic matrix. So go back and start from the beginning, and it'll put together a little bit better for you. Transparency, yearning, learning is rewarding. It really is. You sound like you're somebody like me. I was a sponge for knowledge my entire life. Yeah, well, no, that's okay. Yeah, watch it later. Because it will really help you understand. it was, I think I think I'm finding them very helpful for me. And I've been following this a long, long time, 20 years at least. And I'm still learning every single day. United, we are definitely getting these puzzle pieces put together. Exactly. It's hard to believe. Giving says it's hard to believe just how extreme it is. I know. And that's why I thought this one was a really important one. I would have never in a million years thought that the pedophile ring was going on. I knew for many, many years it was going on. I just didn't know how interconnected it was. I've also known that the government was behind it. I just didn't know how they put it all together. You can't run something like that and get away with it this long unless there's protection mechanisms in place. You know what I'm saying? They've gotten away with this a really long time, guys. Vixen says, no, it's not scary anymore. Please, Giving Soul, don't think that it is scary. Like I said, the view that I take on this is they're being shut down. Every day, another child is being saved. And I think that the big organized ones have been shut down. You see some of these pictures and of the people that look so bad. There was one of that Kathy Griffin woman on there. I mean, she looks like she's about ready to die because she's not getting her blood or whatever. I don't know. But so don't be scared. It's an over thing. I believe that much of this has already been. If I were part of the alliance, okay, and part of the team that was putting together this solution, the first thing they're going to do is take down things that can inadvertently capture more of us, harm more of us. But you have to understand that some things like the food supply have to happen slow. There's got to be research on it. There's got to be big changes. You're talking about companies that have to change their entire tooling and mechanism. All of their machines have to sometimes be changed. Their suppliers, perhaps. You don't know. So it's a big thing, but we're seeing the changes. I know I'm seeing a lot healthier food around. Our politicians in Sweden are changing laws big time. They finally beat. There you go. So it's happening in Sweden too. The gangs are fleeing the country, and there has come new laws to protect those who reveal oh, that's fantastic. Well, okay, here, guys, we just had look at my goofy husband running up there. Like, we're in Florida. It's 105 degrees out, and he wears the huh? Not in the house. Oh, because I keep the house too cold, he says. But I forgot where it was. Oh, so it's changing over there. Oh, I was going to tell you, they passed that darn Nick Shirley Act to now the person who exposes the pedophiles or the fraud or whatever can now go to jail. So it's waiting on Newsom's desk to be signed, but apparently it's passed both the California and the Senate and the House. It's sick people. Let's see. Okay. From this summer till now, it's been one new law. See, and that's really great. That helps us to understand that it's not just the U.S. that's changing, guys. If this were a red herring and Trump were put in there to protect them, why is it happening all over the world? Why is it crumbling across the world? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense. They're undoing across the world all of these laws and structures that took them a long time to pass and put in place. To just do that, to appear to be to hide your true intent, to me, that doesn't make sense. They're destroying all the work they did over 80 years, guys. They're destroying it. It's being torn down with these laws. I think we're on the path. I think there's no way that we're not on the path. And then there was something else that occurred to me too. Then when I was saying it'll come to me hopefully. But the laws are changing. The people are being exposed and taken out of office. Hundreds of arrests are happening. I don't see Donald Trump being a red herring at all. And I know people say that because it's not quick enough. But when you understand the enormity of what these people are dealing with, guys, do I need to show you that map again one more time? Okay, this is only, oh, didn't do it, did it? Nope, didn't do it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me show you that. I messed up. There we go. Nope. And that. All right. Do I need to? This is what's taken so long. Okay. Of many matrix. The medical matrix I went over in a different one. I don't think he has a map on it yet. I haven't been through them all. I might even put a map together regarding the medical matrix. We'll see. But he's darn good at what he does here. But that's what we're dealing with. This is one of at least a dozen different mini control structures, guys. One. This is probably the most egregious because it's the children. But the next most egregious is the medical, then the financial. And you're going to find that these agencies are going to be involved in all of these different matrices that exist to control us. So, understand that it's a hard job. I think Trump's the only hope we have, to be honest with you. And I think everything we heard from Q is legit. And I would not be surprised if JFK Jr. pops up at some point. I'm not convinced he's not going to yet. Vixen says from the, oh, okay, yes. From the summer till now, it's been one law after another. We saw that one. Unfortunately, they're all surveilling us even more. Yeah, I get that part. And I'm wondering about what that's about, Vix, with Palantir, yeah, and AI systems and facial recognition. Again, it's like a gun is how I see it, or a weapon. It's not the weapon itself or the technology itself. It is the person behind it. Good. Yes. Okay. I'm glad you said that, Giving Soul. You're right. Scary isn't the word. It's done. It was scary a long time ago and we slept through it. So now it's time to rejoice that it's finally coming down and there's hope. There's hope for people like my family member and for Tahoe and all of those that are suffering from diseases. There's hope now for them that there wasn't any. We were all going really in a bad place. And I want to say too, I think this whole Mandami thing is part of the movie. I think he's a plant. I think he's an actor. And I think he's part of the movie. It's too obvious, guys. You don't come out and say, I'm a communist. I'm going to make this world communist. No, he's there to make you see, not you, but to make people see the consequences of what can happen if we ever lose control again. I think Mandami is part of this whole operation. Time will tell, won't it? Happy says the further you dig down, the more you can find. It can be extremely horrifying. Exactly. Like I said, it totally disabled me for 10 years, guys. 10 years. That's how far. I lost everything I ever worked for in my life. Okay? A home on one of the most beautiful beaches you ever imagined, I lost because I went wacko. I lost another home on a lake. I lost a condo on the beach. I lost a lot, guys. I lost a whole lot over going down that rabbit hole, and I can only caution you about doing that. And please don't do it with these people that are scaring the heck out of you with you feel the vibrations. Either you're going to feel somebody that is presenting this in a manner that is not scary. It's not creating fear in you. If they are creating fear, then, and I'm not saying that when you first hear something, it's not a little scary, but right off the bat, they should let you know this is done. We're knocking this out. What we're talking about when you hear all of these women, and that's the sad part I have. I'm seeing a lot of these models, including the playmate that I knew, coming out, not making a differentiation between the old FBI and the new FBI, or the old NSA and the new NSA. They're lumping it all together and they're almost insinuating that it's continuing within this agency. And I don't like that. It's incorrect, and it makes me think that they're being brainwashed. We need to know, but don't absorb the fear. Exactly. I think we do need to know. I think we really do. And can you imagine having to design this operation to not make people off themselves and destroy their lives like I did, basically, and transition, awaken them, yet don't put them in a fear mode. It's odd. Husband on the incoming. Let's stay centered and grounded. It's got to be at least 90% done, or we would see it happening, or we would not see it happening. I think so too. I agree with you, Donald. There's Wolfie. Wolfie, aren't you up with your dad? You can see his ear sticking out there. In Cali, of course, yeah. I escaped it. Oh, you were in Cali. Wow. That's Tim's dream. There's a hoodlum in your house. I know, he looks like the Unabomber, doesn't he? Good point, Donald. The more they're getting brought down, the more transparent this whole picture is becoming. Yep, absolutely. It's happening in more countries. Oh yes, it's happening all over. Yes, Vixen. There's been so many changes in the leaders of various countries. It's happening all over. Laws are being changed every single country. And what's happening though, if you notice I call it the MO, the modus operandi. What's happening is the people are begging. They're begging for this to stop. So it kind of like these countries seem to be waiting for the people to be rioting in the streets and bringing pigs around Muslims and throwing bacon at them. You know, the people have got to get involved, I think. Youngster cat. Giving Soul is feeling positive about everything. Me too. So positive, Soul. Shelly just popped in. She was out getting groceries on her way home. You got to watch this one, baby. You got to watch this one. This is the satanic pedophile matrix, okay? The entire matrix and how it all interconnects. It was one of the maps, like the map we did last week. Everybody seems to be liking them. So on Tuesday, we're going to have another one. I don't know what it will be, but you'll see it on the thumbnail on it. And I'm also going to change the thumbnails on these to for the purposes. So even though they're hearts to you guys, so if there's even though it's still going to be a live stream with you guys on it like this, but I'm going to change the thumbnail so it is a little more graphic, and we'll make more people click on it. Make it more clickable. Let's say that, other than just my face there, you know. It is absolutely huge. The operation is huge. Yep. Vixen says Trump is FNA. You know, most of the world thinks of it like that, Vixen. All of the other countries love Trump because they know that where we go one, we go all. They know that. Yeah, you agree about the New York Central casting? So do I. Oh, where's Tammy? I didn't see Tammy here. There she is. Yeah, I believe about New York too. Just too odd. And so many things I see, like this new guy that they're coming out. There's a lot going on that is all being played out for our interest. We've known that, but we're beginning to now identify what they are after a little while. That's why New York doesn't scare me, because I think it's part of the plan. Donald says people don't have to have a clue how deep it goes. Yeah, I've been watching this show for 15 years now, and I think they are done with all but the street level. Yeah, I do too. I think we're very close to the end of disclosure. But because now, how much worse when you think about it, right? This was laid out specifically to slowly let people put all the pieces together, and it started out. I forget, but it's all coming down. I don't have that other map in front of me, which showed the different levels. But Trump, in his first term, put all these laws in. The DEI was one of the first ones they started to hit on, I think. And I call it counter-program, guys, because people were programmed, right? They were programmed into thinking if I cut my penis off, I'm going to be happy. I mean, I can't even imagine this. So it's all turning around. Oh, you're right. It started, Vixen, except for the Greenland part. What's up with that? We have bases up on Greenland. There was something about Greenland I did a while back on this, and it's critical. We've got to have Greenland. And apparently, I pretty much think it's all done, but the shouting on these things. But things can always pop up and slow things down. But Greenland, that's something to do with Denmark owns them. But for some reason, they've got a base of ours there. We protect them in some way, or maybe we can provide better. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. I haven't touched on that topic for a while. Oh, you forgot to tell me that she says she loves me. This was yesterday. I saw it on the board, Patricia. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm kind of glad she didn't see this right now, because I didn't want to. I had done all this hard work preparing this thing, and then I found that news out when you told me. So please send that. I hope. Let me just check one thing here. I should have kept it open. I hope I can find it. Did you send that email out to me, Patricia? Because I want to, and I want to leave it up to her. She's got to heal in her own way, but I just want to be available for her if necessary. So let me know if you did that. Because sometimes I can't find him in that interface, and if I know it came, then I'll do it. Another way you can do it is on X. I don't know if you're on X, Patricia, but you can certainly private message me on X, and with your email address or your phone number, whatever you want, and then do email first, because I don't pick up the phone unless I know somebody. Oh, get out of here. Don't worry about it. In Los Angeles. Yeah, I know. Los Angeles, huh? That's where Tim wanted to move. Removing cameras. I've never heard of that. Moving cameras. I'm not sure. I can't put that together with the context. When you go down the rabbit hole, you need to be ready for the tears that just start and don't stop. Yeah, of course, we're all going to feel compassion when we see some of this for the first time. That's probably about the 10th time I've seen little Teresa there. So, and it still moves me. You're right. It still moves me. I know you will, Patricia. I trust you. I like old Don. This is Vixen says, I like old Don, meaning POTUS, because he says things like they are and don't act refined and he gets stuff done. The other presidents just blabbed fine words. He is a real person. He curses. I'm sure it's all very strategic. And as elite, let's say, in the circles that this guy moved in, and yet he's still approachable. He goes up and shakes hands with the garbage man. You know what I'm saying? He's approachable, which is I've never seen in my life. Never seen a president go up and shake the hand or pick up a hat. Remember the video of him picking up the hat of the soldier that blew off of him, and the guy can only stand there like a statue because that's what he's been trained to do. And Trump went and picked up his hat and put it on him. When do you see that? When do you ever see that? He was really villainized. Tammy says, different towns in Nebraska are covering flock cameras. Oh, okay, I see. People are starting to wake up. Yeah. Yeah, it is slow, but it's happening. Yeah. I don't know who controls these flock cameras. I just have never gotten into that because, like I said, there's so much going on, so much surveillance that it's almost moot to me. That's kind of how I feel about it. And yes, they have to be dismantled, but I have all these other topics coming at me all the time that I think are important for people to understand. And those cameras, I personally think, are a narrative that's pulling our attention away from something. Because when you look at it, what did we learn today? They can shoot out of the 5G. They can shoot DEWs at us, direct energy weapons at us. And we're worried about flock cameras? Something's up. I'm just not sure. I haven't put my finger on it yet. You're right, Giving Soul. It has to do with minerals. Giving Soul said that she thinks that Greenland has to do with the minerals. Yeah, I agree. Is it the rare earth minerals, I believe? And China was a big one with that. Not China. Was it Iran was the big one with the rare earth minerals too? Yeah, I think Greenland is second, and Iran was first. Trump's first term was about deregulation, putting new ones, placing judges where he could. Great moves. Yeah, great. This is such a strategy. Greenland broke free from Denmark. Oh, I didn't know that, Vixen. They want to be their own. So Denmark was sulky but allowed them. Now the U.S. thinks, yay, let's attack while they're weak. No, it's not a matter of attack. I think it's a matter of protect, to be honest with you. I think they need protected. They're not able to protect themselves. And that's, I could be wrong, but I can't imagine Greenland. I mean, they're prime for being, you know, what do they call that in business? You know, when they do takeovers, Greenland appears to be totally sitting like a sitting duck in the ocean there. What's hard is most of us don't understand the ins and outs of what goes on with our own country, let alone other countries. Exactly. It's very complicated. I was in Europe. I used to travel Europe a lot, and one day I was sick, and my husband met this. Went out anyway around the town, and I stayed in the room, and he met this homeless man that knew more about the United States than any American I ever met. He was a homeless man, Swedish, I believe. Not Swedish, Swiss. He was from Switzerland, and he had been banished, exiled out of Switzerland for drugs or something, and was in France. And he knew more about the United States. Most Americans don't have a clue. If it ain't on TV or on that internet, iPad, phone, whatever, they don't know it. And I agree totally. That's probably going to have to be something. But of course, one thing to consider too with that part of it giving is that our history has been so bastardized that what do we know to believe is true anymore? You know what I mean? It's been so convoluted. So, you know, I think it's important. We need to get it back to teaching in schools and stuff, but we've got to correct it. And Trump is doing that with the Smithsonian. He's fighting with them, something going on there. Happy says, I'm seeing articles and videos on Instagram, threads about we, the freedom fighting people, take our own destroying flock cameras ourselves. Yeah, I know. I've seen that. I've seen that too. People are tearing them down. You know, do we get into destroying property? Again, I don't know. You know, I don't want to destroy property, guys, and I don't think anybody should. And I don't think we should take up arms. I think that, you know, we have to rise above that. Most of us are already more enlightened than that and know that we create our own reality. So I'm not about going out and ripping up public property or anything like that. So, you know, they're trying to put people in jail again. I don't know. We are seeing fires, droughts, floods, and quakes, though. Why are we seeing them? I don't know why we're seeing them. It could be that they still have control of some kind of frequency equipment or something. Like one of you guys were saying about the, I wrote it here in about the earthquake machines. It could be that there's technology like this. I've just never had heard that narrative before, but we know that they don't have nukes. We just don't know what else they have. So could that be, and it could also be a cleansing, because Q always told us, watch the water. So, you know, how could they know that unless they weren't doing it? Or I don't know. Something's going to happen, and they had to know it was going to happen. And it could be, no, wait, I want to correct that. It could be that they saw it through the looking glass. So, it is very possible that we've seen all of this happening. And that's how they knew back when Q was started. It started way before Trump came into the picture. Yes, it absolutely did. I have seen human trafficking and child trafficking since the 1980s. Oh, yeah, exactly. But see, the sheep can't understand that. The sheep only see that he's exposing it, so it's sticking to him. He's the pedo. Okay, they don't get that the ones that hid it for decades are the ones that we have to worry about. They don't get that. They just can't put that together, and I don't know why. Yeah, the people themselves are taking down the cameras. weather control, direct weapons. President Trump has been in virtually every type of business, has dealt with every walk of life. This is why, hold on, jumped on me. Hold on, it jumps on me. This is why he gets along with everyone. You're right. I have never seen anybody that was a better at international relations than this man. He knew half of them. He already knew half of them when he went into this. And he doesn't cower down to anybody. The choice was wonderful. I'd love to know, I heard many, many years ago that Trump was the second choice for this operation. I'd love to know who was the first, because this guy, man, who could be more prepared and a better choice for this task? I don't know. Vixen says, why are we seeing geoengineering to the max now when coming out of the control? I don't see a lot of it in where I'm at, but I know people are still seeing it, but I think that it's dropped significantly. I don't, now maybe I'm wrong here, because like I said, I don't see it here. We almost never have them here anymore. And we used to. So I'm assuming that they're dropping, and who knows what it is that's happening. We don't know what they're doing, dropping out of these planes. We really don't. I saw things happening that kids should never see or be subject to. Exactly. We heard it's always, we always heard it's about the children. I remember, Happy says, I remember that way back when in the 80s, that's when a lot of us usually started waking up. Yeah, absolutely. So when Trump threatened Greenland, Greenland went to Denmark. Oh, and asked for help. And Denmark basically said, you wanted to be on your own, so protect. So Denmark let them down? But they eased up over time and will help them. Oh, so now they're helping them. I still think it's all already done. I think it's already organized. I think it's all theater that we're watching. Whatever's going to happen to Greenland has already happened. Denmark is in on it. Everybody's on board. And yeah, maybe somebody will rear up their ugly head if they look bad or get their nose out of joint. But I think there's contracts in place with many leaders. I never heard about Denmark being one of them in the alliance, but at least the ones in the alliance, I believe there are contracts in place. Shelley says, Donald, I've seen info that it started way back when Lincoln was president. It's been going on a long time, very long time. Yep. That's why I wanted him for president. He's been with business for decades. If anyone knows how to run a country, it's him. Yeah. It's amazing. And how they can turn it around, isn't it? It's just amazing. You guys must know we have the best, most qualified strategic commander. We absolutely do. He's here to help save humanity. Above all, expose everything. He was chosen to reveal the truth. He was chosen. So if you don't know that and you don't understand, he was chosen, and he was approved by the High Council of the Galactic Federation. So, and that comes from Elena Danan, who I trust implicitly. I don't like destroying anything that's just as nutty as, yeah, exactly. So why are people being incited to destroy property? Exactly, Giving. I don't get it, and I am concerned it's a narrative. Like I said, if they can hit me with a direct energy weapon, why am I worried about a flock camera? I mean, I don't know. Of course, I don't go out a lot. I don't drive a lot, so it's different. But I just got in my gut, guys, that it's not the horror that they're making it sound like. Yep, business and meat. They go to strip joints and such, and like women, but that's fine. That's his personality. Also, Vixen, what you have to keep in mind is he's a different man. I think if you saw the other, map, gosh, I wish I could pull this map up. Melania is tied to the Galactics. Darn. Do you want me to look it up? If you want me to look it up, let me tell you. But Melania is tied to Galactics in some way on that chart through Romania or wherever she came from, through her company, through her country. She was deliberately, she's kind of like his controller for the good side. And I have seen it. I have seen that man change completely with Melania. I truly believe that he's a completely different man than he was. You know, keep in mind, he was in that environment of the dark elite. He's being pulled in this direction. He's being told, you can do this, you can do that. He had his own money, so he could resist it. But I personally think that that Apprentice show was his test show, his test exposure to where we'll give you this and show how successful you can be. And then I don't know whether they hit him with the contract. They didn't, but he kind of said, yeah, you know, no, I don't need it. I don't want it. I'm not doing it. And and maybe he had already decided to run for president and was chosen for that. I don't know. Can you imagine what a decision that would be, to be approached and be told all of this stuff is happening and the kind of demons that you're going to be fighting and your whole family is subjected to it? Takes a hell of a person, is all I can say. It really, really does. Let me see here. You don't know what's true and what's made up at this point. And that's why we're doing this, guys, so that we can help identify these control structures. That's what it's all about. The way you know what to believe and what not to believe is true. Elevating your consciousness, elevating your density is definitely going to help us with that intuitive knowledge. But that takes years to develop, guys, years. I started with my intuitive studies around 19 no, I'm sorry, I was wrong there. Around 2005 is when I studied with it after a particular incident. So, you know, what's that? 20 years I've been practicing intuitive practices. So not everybody has that, but to understand the matrix and how the control works helps us also identify what to believe and what not to believe. It all starts, I promise you guys, it all starts to fall into place. It really does. Oh, come over here. Giving Soul has faith. She thinks all of us will be okay. We will. We will, absolutely. Happy, thriving. We will be in the golden age very soon. And the reason I say that, Giving, is it's not Donald Trump. It's not what I'm seeing. It's not the matrix falling apart. That goes back to Hopi prophecy. This goes back thousands of years, guys. This isn't the first time anybody's come up with this. We're moving into the golden age. Anybody that studied esoteric religions and philosophies realize that. It is true that he and Melania are split. No, not even close. I never heard that. Now, I'm not saying that she's not there as his controller and to keep him in line for the white hats. I'm not saying that's not the truth. I don't know that. I just don't know. But I look at them. They hold hands. They're affectionate but professional. Yeah, everybody's going to do a snide look. And of course, you know, how many, when you think about this, the media has done everything in their power to destroy this man and to create scandals and stuff. Why haven't we seen more photographs of every move that they make? You know, oh, look, she gave him the side eye. She gave him the stink eye. She walked away and didn't hold his hand. That happened in the first term. This term, they have been united, guys. They have been united. And I haven't seen her diss him or anything. I don't see it happening. No. And I think what you're talking about, was that Vixen that asked about that, is that the media, the echo chamber is saying because we haven't seen Melania in a couple months, that she's backing out. That's what and then she just came out with some new initiative yesterday. And she says, I know you guys have all been missing me so much. So she was kind of making fun of it. So she was working on a project. No, I don't think they're going apart. At least not until this operation. We have a solid team in here, guys. And for all we know, they may have never had a deliberate marriage. And that could be, or you know, a real marriage. And that could be an indicator, if we learn that, of when this whole operation started, when she got with him, when she was assigned to him. Something was going on even before then. So let's see. Kath says, is Earth adjusting to the higher frequencies? Yes, it is. We've heard that numerous times, and that's a good point. Thank you. And it's showing in quakes and weathers. Yeah. Keep this in mind, guys, that our world, that we have that electrical field outside. I forget the name of it. I've done the videos on it, but we have that massive field that is the universe, right? And there's all of these vibrations, anger, joy, and then you've got ETs coming in and ships coming in and movement and satellites coming up and all that. It's got to be disrupting Mother Earth. It has to be in some way. So part of it may be that, yes. Part of it may be that these things are all happening. It's a really good point. Thanks, Kath. Watch the water. By the way, I have hardly any water pressure now. Huh. That's an odd thing. Let me just jumped when I did that. Hold on. Hardly have any water pressure now. Tapped into the city. I'm moving off grid where there's a deep well, lots of acreage. Oh, lucky you, Happy. Lucky you. Vixen, quiet. I'd kill for quiet. Live right in the city, and it's unbelievable. Frequencies. Play your solfeggio frequencies in the house, sweetie. Block out that noise. My anxiety's through the roof, but it's what I can afford. Okay, stop saying that. This is a temporary thing. Play your solfeggio things. Do some affirmations. Create and manifest your reality that you're going to be living in, wherever that is. And I never did really too much on manifestation because it's much harder than people make you think. It's not as simple as The Secret makes you think. It's difficult to manifest, but it takes a long time. That's the thing. So start now. Be positive. Create it. Create a vision board. How many of you have done vision boards? I'll tell you what, they work. They really work. The biggest bump in my life where I moved to the beach, drove around in a Mercedes convertible. And I mean, when I'm talking about the beach, I was in one of the most opulent beaches in the state of Florida. And it was all done through a session planning of manifestation creation. So it can work, guys. You got to do it all. I had things hung up on my doors, cards and messages hung up on every bedroom door, and things on my arms, and wrote down notes and listened constantly to frequencies and affirmations and all this. And it came true. When I looked at my vision board 2.5 years later, I had everything I put on that board. It was just unbelievable. I just couldn't believe it. I was shocked. I really was. Tammy says, having your own well and being in the country. Yeah, that is wonderful. I don't know about the country because I was raised in the city and I love the theater. I love the arts. I love to go places. I like to walk down to a coffee shop and have lunch and walk across the street or outside my back door to the ocean. For me, the ocean is just not negotiable, guys. It's got to be. So when I think country, for me, that's my vacation. I like to go to the country up in the mountains, sit alone, walk the woods and stuff, but that's my vacation. Otherwise, I like the beach. Happy says, getting ready to make a massive change. I don't like the noise and people beating on the door unannounced. That's great. See, I've never had that because you know what? I just wouldn't answer the door. I don't do. I'll just stay up and stay somewhere and stay out of the way and not answer it if I don't know somebody. I don't need people banging. Bill has crossed my mind. Patricia has. Bill, I believe it is. Okay. I think T wants Greenland due to the closeness of Atlantis and the domes he wants to build under there. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be building domes. I'm sure we probably will continue to have some kind of deep underground bases. We know we have them. He has it out in Alabama at the Space Center place. And also the Atlantis. I don't know. See, I've always looked more into Lemuria, which was down closer to the South Pacific. I don't know a whole lot about Atlantis, but it's a good exploration, isn't it? The frequencies in our Earth are changing as well as above it. Yeah, exactly. Inside. That's a really good point. There's a massive shift. Our cycle has broken. We may have one. I haven't heard about all that. I mean, 180 axis flip. The word's just going to flip. I don't know. I don't know about that. And I don't care as long as nothing horrible happens. You know what I'm saying? The countryside would be a deep, bright dream. Yeah, you would so love that, Vixen. You would so love that. And it's always much cheaper. Have you considered that? And I know maybe you have a rental contract or agreement that's necessary. Have you considered moving into the country where it's beautiful and maybe get yourself a copy of that Ringing Cedars book with Anastasia, because it's just beautiful. The Romanovs. Thank you, Giving. Yep, the Romanovs. For Melania, we're talking about. That just has a Russian of Ukraine missile landing in the country or airspace or what it was. Interesting. I kind of lost where we were there. Patricia feels it too. Yeah, we all do. And get that sound in your head too. No, Romania was not Romania. It's the Romanovs, and they're Russian, I believe. Or not, you know what I'm saying? It's one of the original founding families of some kind, but apparently, and that's another thing to keep in mind, because the same with the extraterrestrials. Just because one family goes bad doesn't mean everybody in the whole place, in the whole family does. It's very individual. Some do just the opposite and move the opposite direction. It repels them. Like somebody on here said they were involved in it and it repelled them. Their dad was. Hopefully it will be the Masons will be a lot of acreage and everybody can come home on and help work. That would be great. Yep, that would be nice. Except, at my age, are you younger than me, Happy? Because at my age, I just want to chill. I just want to chill. I want to have more experiences. And I want to do this. I want to connect. I want to evolve. And I don't want to take care of a farm. That's for darn sure. I don't think he was ever sleazy, never drank, right, never did drugs, never smoked. You're right, Giving. The biggest thing was that one remark. He was a young man showing off. He's a germaphobe. I didn't know that. People make up lies about him sleeping around. Well, he's had affairs before and all that stuff. Again, you're influenced by your environment. And I think he was in an environment, but you're right. He resisted the drinking, the drugs, and that's how they get you. That's how they indoctrinate you. They drug you, or they, whatever. Melania, here's Shelley. Melania is a Romanov, and there's information out there saying that Putin is her brother, and the guy that's playing Putin really isn't Putin. He was taken out a long time ago because he was evil. Don't know about that. And my history, he would have to be taken out a real long time ago. I go back to the 80s. I think it was the 80s or the 90s when they hosted the Olympics. And maybe it was 2000, but they hosted the Olympics right after London did, and it was beautiful. There was no satanic imagery in it at all that I could find. So I don't know. We've been told that he's going to be one of the three people, along with Z, that the world will be divided into various areas. And we always heard Putin was. I always thought Putin was not as bad as he was being played to be to be. Maybe, but you're right. Maybe somebody really was bad a long time ago and he was replaced. I think they are just using the flock cameras to show the people what the demons were doing. Yeah, exactly. I think there's some kind of narrative about it. I mean, they didn't catch it their first round with Snowden. That horrified me. That absolutely horrified me. I think they're just, okay, yeah. People, what the demons are doing, people are not going to put up with this BS now that they see it. Well, they're awakening. It's all part of awakening. And yet Sweden has never been so surveilled. It's yeah, well, it is everywhere. But what you're seeing, I think, Vixen, is the remnants of what they were building. It's all got to be destroyed. Over time, when this operation ends, all truth will be told. Yep. They not only that, but Q said it would be. Truth said that it would all be revealed. I wonder, but you know, that was the plan. Can we vary from the plan? Absolutely. There can be modifications, but yeah, she has a connection with the Romanovs, like you mentioned. Yeah, I think so too, Kath. Do we got Bill with us yet? Is he awake? Trump's bodyguard he had for decades said for years he has been observing people, researching and studying things. Really, he didn't miss a beat. Yeah, I'll tell you what, like I said, I don't know who was the number one choice because Trump couldn't be any better than he is. He really couldn't. I think Melania is definitely related to Putin somehow. Very well could be. Very well could be. Shelley, I believe Putin gave her a ring from that family and the UK royals and had other crown jewels from the Romanovs. I know that was a very big royal family of some kind, the Romanovs. Yes, Bill, Kathy, that is why he gave it to her, because it was their family jewels that were stolen from the Romanov family. I heard that, Shelley. Hey, you all remember Trump and the soccer ball? Yep. And remember Melania's dress? I thought that was the ugliest dress I ever saw. You guys know which one I'm talking about? Hold on. Melania soccer ball dress leaving White House. Let me just see. Yeah, someone in here. No, that wasn't. No, that's. Oh, there we go. There we go. I got it, guys. Let me put it up. I thought this was about as ugly of a dress as I've ever seen in my life. But that's exactly what it was. It was a message. And that's when I realized, I think this was the one that I realized that she was actually, there we go, that she was actually giving us messages with her clothes. Here you go, guys. Let me see if I can find it for you. See that dress? Is that horrible or what? Oh my goodness. What? But then when you looked at it, there is another one of Putin giving a ball, saying the ball's now in your court, and handing it over to Trump. It's a famous, let me see, hold on. The ball's in your court, Putin, Trump. Soccer ball. Okay, now remember that dress. Here it is. Oh,
Speaking of the football, actually.
Here it is. You see it? See it, guys? That's the dress Melania was wearing. Okay? There's always a message in what her clothing. That's why I love when something happens and I can look at her clothing, like the one at the funeral for whoever that was, Jimmy Carter, I think. Okay. In the soccer ball, yep. I've got to get something else to watch on so I don't get interrupted with the phone. Oh, well, we're going to call it quits soon. It's 7 o'clock, guys. Galactics are never going to let anything happen. So exactly. I feel the same way, Shelley. They can't interfere, but we can ask. This is the difference. They can't interfere according to the prime directive. It's against their agreement to be within the Federation. However, if they are asked to assist, they can. And that's what's happening. They can assist us. They're there. That's our mentors. That's our guards. And they're working in unison now. I believe that totally. So they are not going to let anything happen. They can't push their way in and interfere with us. But you know Trump's working closely with them. I grew up in the city, Omaha. Great to be out of the city. Really? See, I miss it. I'm in the country now, not country, but I miss being not a big city. I don't want to be in New York City. I might like it for a year or something when it used to be New York City, but now I just want to be by the ocean. I just want to open my doors, sleep at night, and hear that rhythm. I don't know why, guys. I'm Lemurian. What can I tell you? Yes, in the country, zero electric bill because I'll have my own electricity from the atmosphere and batteries. Yep. Dan Willis was off the grid completely. He had a beautiful home. Grew all his own food and stuff. I don't know if this were 10 years ago, I might consider that building off grid. But right now, I just think everything is good. Why put the expense into it now if we're going to get free internet, if we're going to get free energy, if we're going to get free everything? Why do that if the golden age is coming? I just can't see. And I think, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it, because that's what, it's a wise thing if you can. But for me, I just have to do this, guys. I just know that this is my dharma. This is what I have to do. I don't know if we need to build anything here. Oh, hold on. We might just discover something there that we never thought about. There is an ancient galactic ship underneath Greenland. Possibility? Anything's possibility. Yes, Spirit. Romanos were from Russia. Romanovs, yeah. Okay, the Romanovs, yeah. Tartaria is connected to the Romanovs. Oh, really? We've talked about this a lot, Kath. And I've got it on my list, but I found these maps and I was like, no, this has got to go out. The map's got to go out. Yep. Tartaria is connected to the Romanovs. I believe they were asked by elites to join them in controlling the world, and they declined, potentially removed. That's a very interesting thing. It's on there. Let me put they declined. Declined elite control. All right. Take these notes. And so Happy says, you are definitely right, Shelley. The Galactics will make sure no nuclear bombs can go off. They can't. They've been disabled in 2021, Happy. I feel very strongly that's a strong source that I feel they have been disabled since 2021. Now it's possible that Iran wouldn't play nice and kept trying to make more, but it's been disabled. They've been removed, whatever was active. Can go off. They white love and peace and helping us further, ascend our frequency, harmony, and healing. Yeah, I also believe that too, Happy, that they will mentor us. They will mentor us for ascension. Like the jacket, who cares? Exactly. Remember that one? Oh, they went crazy over that one. Brandon Biggs has seen another attack on Trump's life by a blonde, very beautiful woman in a long gown. He saw it through remote viewing, you're saying, Vixen? Blonde attack on Trump. I don't put a lot of time in these because I have so many things, going on. I want to keep these coming. I want to get through these charts, through the important ones. But I'll go on sometimes when I'm on X, I'll go on X and I'll do a quick search on there to see. It's easy to find narratives that are being controlled in other places. That is one thing. He did create a place of free communication. There's an SD card with information on it for Trump that Putin gave to Trump. Oh, really? I hadn't heard that one. I'm in a town of 150-ish in Iowa. That's a small town, Tammy. It really helps my nervous system. Tartaria were all about Commonwealth peace-free trading with frequency healing technology that would not work with our indoctrinated slave system today. Yep. There was something else that I heard recently, which reinforced the fact that the technology is being held up because we're still breaking down. We still have people in place. Let's put it that way. Healing technology that would not work with our indoctrinated slave system today. You got to figure it out. 150 thou, Tammy. I don't know what that means. Wow, Tammy, 150 people. Oh, 150. That's small. That's ridiculous. Everybody knows everybody. Is everybody related to everybody? At Shelley, thank you. I feel like the Lowe's Hills really receives me. I don't know what the Lowe's Hills are. Am I missing a location maybe? And everybody has different, you have to remember, if we did live in a past life, then we all have different things that draw us. For me, I have been putting this puzzle together of my life for a long time, and there's a strong connection with Lemuria, water. If you've ever seen Lemurian videos or anything, the people were very, very attracted to water. and they may have perished into it. So I don't know. But for me, it's got to be the water. That's one thing I know. I've got to get busy. I got to go to work. Oh, for a while tonight. Yeah, me too. I got to let Timmy do his drumming. Finally cooled down enough to get things done. Peaceful and quiet, just what nervous system needs. We got to get you peaceful and quiet, Vix. It's awful. Brennan Biggs. Oh, visions from Jesus. I see. Okay. He was the one who predicted the attempt and has been predicting things. Okay. See, there's so many in this. And how do you know what to believe? 150 people. Wow. Sounds dreamy, but is there a pizzeria? You eat pizza, girl? I haven't had a pizza in decades. The Giving Soul. No, that's wrong. I've made some. With a very thin crust, and I put lots of good stuff on them. So I will make my own, but I haven't bought a pizza in a long time. Very, very long time. And even eaten it. I live smack dab in the middle of missile defense and Space Force on its way. Oh, really? Really? I have a friend right outside of Huntsville. She's in Florence, I think is the name where she lives, in Florence, Alabama. She took me to Space Force, but of course you can't get anywhere close to it. You got NASA stuff instead. Need your bolognese? I don't. Is that the type of pizza? It's a location name. I don't know. I've lost the conversation. Okay, that's a nice lifestyle of peace. Tammy, you're blessed. Anyone got any advice for a nervous system that's gone haywire? I'm up 6 days at a time. Yes. Solfeggios, baby. Solfeggios. Go to the list that we've got and start listening every day. Have you ever tried them? Let me see if I can find it and put it there for you. I can send it to you in an email, Vix. I'll send you some links in an email. Let's go here. Yeah, frequencies. You got to get those frequencies leveling out your nervous system. Ashwagandha, passion flower, lavender. They all tend to become less effective after a while. The frequencies really work. They really work. There is, and so do the affirmations too, but it takes time. You got to be patient. The thing about the frequencies that I like, the solfeggios and the Lemurian frequencies, the thing that I like is that's an immediate calming of the system. It's an immediate mirroring of those frequencies, as opposed to the ashwagandha, the passion flower, and all, which takes a long time for the body to adapt to and start working with. There's a restaurant right across the street, the Do to Ride on Thursdays. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I'd have to have something, but I'd get sick of the same restaurant. I need the theater, guys. I need the theater. I love it here. That's not far. Okay, that's not far. Yeah, she wants to get a house, a farm up there somewhere north of her. Yes, gluten and dairy free bolognese with garlic, corn, paprikas. Nice. I had a pizza last week for the first time in years, and it made me sick for 3 days. That's what would happen to me too, Donald. It would happen to me too. I took a lot to get there. Tammy says that. Okay. Yes, please, girl. I'll send them to you, sweetie. But this home was divinely given. Yeah, it absolutely was. Yes, I'm sure it was. Everything we manifest where we're at right now, guys. You manifested being here. I manifested being here with you guys. This is just our dreams coming to life. Donnie, you can't eat gluten and dairy. It's so bad for us, the white poisons. I ended my autoimmune episodes when I quit that and added vitamin D later. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. I go to sleep every night listening to solfeggios. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it? They're just so wonderful. And for me, I prefer the Lemurians because it depends on the solfeggio that you listen to. A lot of people say, 427? I like 528 myself because it's the highest. It's the creator. It's the connection. It's the silver thread kind of thing is how I perceive it. But the Lemurian frequencies, I just absolutely, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It makes me be love. Let's put it that way. It makes me feel like I am pure love. And That's so healing for us. It's the highest frequency. So everybody has to use what works for them. But you got to give it a try, and you got to give it a try for a couple months. You can't try it one night and say, ah, it doesn't work. Anybody can make changes that can be positive, or they could be negative. You are the determinator and the vindicator of your changes. Absolutely. Yesterday does not equal tomorrow. The future is unwritten, guys. Anything is possible. We all have forks in the road. Which one do you take? Absolutely. I found I can only eat whole food or homemade. My system can't take the processed foods. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Tim and I get indigestion terribly if we eat anything processed anymore. My system can't take the processed foods or sugar anymore. I believe it's the frequencies. And you know, the funny thing is, she uses konjac noodles now instead of pasta. I don't like them. Isn't that mushrooms or something? I don't like them. But you know, again, moderation, guys. I will eat sugar on my berries or stuff. I have all kinds of sugars. I have coconut sugars. I have maple sugar. I have unbleached turbinaro, or they call it some kind of unprocessed sugar. I have all kinds, and I put a little bit. I like my stuff sweet, and I'm healthy. I'm fine. The one thing is my new plus. I definitely notice that I need. I try to sleep to thunder and rain noises. Yeah, and that's good. That's a good frequency. It's a different type of frequency, though, but not all the way. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Yeah. Let's move you over. I'm gonna try and look for some frequencies for you, because we need to stop that, baby. And I don't know if you've ever taken. I'm not saying sit for hours and meditate. Close your eyes and talk to yourself and tell yourself that you are the one in control. Program your mind just like everyone else has been programming you. Close your eyes for a few minutes, guys. Talk to yourself and program yourselves. And it won't happen overnight, but it will happen over time. I promise you that. Yeah, I like 528 too, Shell, and 432. Is that what it is? 432. And they're my favorite. What can I say? I'm just a little Lemurian starseed, I guess. Avoided that for a long time, but I think it has to be. Milan, she has a voice for healing. No, but there's lots of them, Tammy. There's some in the there's lots of people that have these amazing healing frequencies that they sing. And there's also the sound bowls and so forth, and the gongs, frequencies. You got to find what works for you. And I'm kind of thinking that Vixen could possibly benefit by the Lemurian, but I'm going to do a little thinking about that. Has anyone heard? No. Okay. So, her voice is angelic. I'll look for her. I think I have heard her actually. And I'll put her, what I'll do is I'll put her, I have a list of frequencies and music in a playlist on the Ex-Pharmacist channel. I will add her. I think I might have already added her. We'll see. You eat gluten-free noodles. I'm stressed. I put on Milan. Yep. And it really, really works. And just, I like the solfeggios in the background while I'm going about my day doing things, but there's certain things that I prefer to focus on the frequencies more. And you're right. The things like Milan, the voice, and so forth, and the Lemurian frequencies, I just like to close my eyes and just talk to myself. Program myself. Tried 422, did nothing. Okay. 442 and did nothing. Okay. Yeah, I think Lemurian. We'll let you try them. We'll see. And maybe also this Milan also. Actually, it's MEI, guys. I got to check that. I'll put them in the link. I'm going to send you a link to the frequencies, and I'll put that in there too. Oh, she's amazing with her singing bowls. See, that's what I want to do. The problem is I can't sing. I can't hold a tune. What is that thing? I couldn't carry a tune with a basket. I can't sing, guys. I can't sing, but I really want some singing bowls. I would love to do some singing bowls, maybe some meditations. That would be cool. Happy has a huge library with frequency healing, music, sound bowls, handpan, harp guitar. Yeah, I know. It's so amazing. So you got that, Vixen? Check out Happy's playlist also. The God frequency. 552. 528 Vixen, I believe is the God frequency. Of course, there's different, again, what do we know? That was my understanding, that 528 was the connection to the creator, and complete healing. I have heard something other about some of these 400 frequencies, but I stick with 528. I only use coarse cane sugar. That's what I use, Donald. Yeah. And I only go through about 2-pound bag mine has been in there forever. My sugar has been there forever. I will look at the playlist. Okay. Cane sugar, yes, me too. Elena Fairchild, yes. Elena, that's where I get a lot of my Lemurian stuff. She has, if you haven't seen Elena Fairchild, look her up. She's got a beautiful, beautiful frequencies. And actually, I was led to her by that Lemurian frequency that I searched for back in 2010. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was Lemurian at the time, but I heard it at a Tony Robbins event, and I had to find it. It was like, I don't know what this is. And I spent months trying to identify that music because he didn't have it on his playlist like he usually does. Have to CPTSD, maybe why. Oh, okay. You don't have it, Vixen, okay? It has affected you, but your body is perfect and it can become perfect again. So I kind of don't like the line. You tell me what you think, guys. It's all about your beliefs. And if you believe you have something that can't change, it won't. I promise you that. I promise. If you believe that something, that you have a CPTSD and that nothing can change it, it won't. I don't even give those kind of things my thought. Like I said before, my one sister used to always say, "Oh, you have ADHD or whatever that is." I've had trauma, and I use the PTSD for my medical marijuana card because I did go through stuff. But you know what? I'm healed from it. It's gone. I didn't let it affect my life for the rest of my life. I detached from that, but it took me 10 years, guys. I have to say, I'm not mitigating anyone's trauma in any way. Please understand that. What I'm saying is it can definitely disappear. Okay. You can definitely get over it. The memory is there of what happened, but the trauma isn't anymore. It's kind of odd. The anger, the feeling of destitution, the trauma, the horror, it's all gone. I don't have any. The emotion is not there anymore of that stress. I have the CPTSD also. Guess what? We survived, and you're safe. Bingo! You got it, Tammy. Thank you. Only use cane sugar in my pancakes nowadays, and even in my tea. Good. It's as if the body's had enough sugar in your body. When you begin to realize it, you'll know too. You might have too much. Who knows? Tammy, I'm far from safe. It's continued trauma after trauma. Yeah, we gotta maybe have to move you out of there, or at least change some things, and we'll talk about that. I have to focus on that, Vic, so that if I don't respond quickly, it's because I don't want to do a half, job. I want to do it right for you, and put my energy into it to help you. If I move, my body will come down. I need peace. Yep, I agree. We are, and like I said, look out in the country. It's much cheaper. And I don't know if you have to stay where you're at for some reason, but it's much cheaper. I know you don't have a car yet, but you know what? You can rent things. You can get places. You just have to move. You can pick up a suitcase and leave everything if you wanted to, except your pets, of course. But yeah, we're a magnet to our thoughts. Yep. Okay. I don't agree with that, because every time I tell myself today will be great. Okay, and you're missing it. Think positive, something new horrible happens, because the body doesn't respond that quickly. Okay, you have to remember that, Vixen. It's months. It's months to manifest. So when you tell yourself that, it's months before it's going to happen. It's a repetitive thing. And when you're telling, okay, what I can tell you right here is, you tell yourself Today will be great. Think positive. But then your mind is also thinking, I'm afraid he's going to contact me. I'm living in fear constantly. What is he going to do now? And so your brain doesn't know where to go. You've got to somehow find a way to detach from the control mechanism that is being exerted on you right now. And there is one, guys. I know a little bit more about this, but there's a control mechanism that's being exerted upon you, and you have to free yourself of that, whether it is mentally, physically, all of the above. I don't know yet the best way in your situation on how to do it, but you must remove yourself from that control matrix. As long as you are in there and you can't stop telling yourself, and you can't stop the fear of it. And I understand. I'm not saying that it's easy to do. We just have to find the right solution. We are the sacred energy evolution of our divine healing frequency. See, Vixen, so much of this you hear, you're awakening to this. You're going to awaken to this, and you're going to be fine. I just know you are. Shelly says, I know for a fact that you can get over it. There you go. I had PTSD from, I worry, that relationship I was in. I no longer have it. They told me I would be in a wheelchair from my back surgery. And now, that's a good thing about this. Patricia has connected with Tahoe, and she's exactly what Tahoe needs. I can't be there for everybody. And I hope you guys understand that. I'm doing the best I can to give of myself. But also I have to always keep in mind that my focus is bigger, and that is in the awakening process. So it may be Shelly and Vixen, you guys might want to hook up together because you have shared lessons to learn from each other. That's amazing that you've come through this and you were almost in a wheelchair. You have to, there's all different ways, and I don't know the answer for everybody. But if you talk to enough people with enough interest in helping you understand it, you can. So you two might want to hook up. You have to tell your body that it's healthy and healing itself every day. And it can't be that you just say it and don't believe it. You have to first believe it, because you can't fool your brain, guys. If you don't believe it, it doesn't work. You have to believe in this whole frequency thing. In manifestation, you have to have a knowledge, like, I know. Now, where am I going wrong? I know it can be done. What am I doing wrong? That's kind of how I feel about it sometimes. Shelly says, it took me a while to get to where I'm at, but I can walk, I can run, I can do everything they told me I'd never do again. And it was all mind over matter. There you go. So you're asking, Don, so no, you can't gaslight yourself. But what I can tell you is the mind responds to repetition. So until you are in a belief system, that's why affirmations work. If you do them long enough and enough times. And maybe if you'd like, I can create some affirmations for you for your unique position. They have to be, affirmations are more effective to me, in my opinion, if they're personalized to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. So it's not a matter of gaslighting yourself. I don't see it as that. I see it more as programming yourselves, guys. We got in this position. Our whole world was almost taken over by programming. We now have to change that programming, and it works. Trust me, programming works. We see it every day, what people will do with brainwashing. You can never give up. Giving Soul says this. Sometimes it's the little things that we do to help us make improvements in our lives. Yeah, you're right. It's the little things. A lot of times. Appreciate every little thing. Got to find yourself in that position of constant gratitude and anticipation. And all of those vibrations, the more, it's like a balance. It's like a balance. If these are the things you say to yourself that are negative on this side, and these are the things that you say to yourself that are higher frequencies, when you do wait, I got to get my arms right here. These are the higher frequencies, right? Yeah, there's a sparkle on the ring there. All right, so these are the higher frequencies. So you do them here, right? But then you turn around and oh, but this, I'm fearing, I'm writing this thing to spirit, and I'm writing and reliving all of this stuff, blah, 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 boom. The brain doesn't know what to think. You're giving it mixed messages. Kind of like think whatever I tell my brain enough times, the most, think if you're trying to learn something about somebody, right? And trying to help somebody, and they're giving you conflicting signals all over the place. How can you help them? It's the same with the brain. If you're giving it conflicting systems of fear, conflicting ideas and notions of fear and destitute and stuff like that, and then you do a few affirmations, no, it's not going to work. It is holistic, guys. It's holistic. It's everything. It's the frequencies. It's the affirmations. It's the attitude. It's NLP. Every time you say something negative, slap yourself. And that changes it. And the next time you say something, you know you're going to get that slap. You might not, you might stop yourself. There's all kinds of techniques. There's all kinds of techniques to heal yourself, guys. Yes, and you're right about that too, Vix, and I have to say that. You do it at your own pace, and you have to wonder why, what's holding you back? What's holding you back? And you're right, I agree that you're doing it in your own pace, but what you have to understand is that because it comes to you almost intuitively, but every day you're in that negative vibration is harming you physically. What I can tell you, and I hate to say this, and I can't say it caused it, but you guys knew Tahoe a while back. If you knew her in the early days of the channel, she was in a bad situation. She was freaking about being homeless and losing support systems, and she was. I thought she was suicidal at one point. I felt her vibrations were that bad, and now she's ill. I don't know how long she was in that position. I don't know, but I know a lot of people that put themselves in positions of they have a bad situation, and it's really bothers them, and they're living in a fear time. 10 years it took me to get out of it, guys. 10 years, and I had studied all the stuff. I had studied it all, and it took me 10 years to get out of it. So I agree with you there. But every day you do, your body is being impacted by it. And I don't want to see something happen. Now you got to, you must believe that you were created perfect in your body. Yeah, we are, guys. We are created perfect. And that perfection is ours for eternity. It's one thing I want to add to that, Donald. That perfection doesn't go away because it's dynamic. The cells are always regenerating. The body can live a long time if we get rid of all of this harmful stuff, and it can be a brand new body. So just because something got damaged doesn't mean that it's forever and that we can't overcome it. Our body can be perfect again. Even at my age, it can be. What did Tahoe's new end? Oh, her new name is Patricia still here? Yeah, Patricia's still here. I wrote it down and I don't have it. It's our butterfly, our phoenix butterfly, but there was one more word we added to it. Tell us what it is, Patricia. I'm sure you know. Let's see. I don't know who you're talking to, Vixen, about great in the chat. That's right, Patricia. We have to believe in ourselves. This community is just so helpful, and you know. I just think it's great. I wish it were bigger. I wish we could help more people, but we'll grow. And right now we're meant to be. We are the leaders. We're the ones that are learning now and healing now, and we'll be able to help others along. And then move slowly with, right. So we have to first believe. That's such a good point. We have to first believe, Vixen, and then, and everybody. And that is the first step. And then we begin to move slowly with consistency, alignment, and balance. Great statement, Happy. Thank you. It's all discipline, not giving up. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. Kathy says, Bill is going through that, recovering from stroke and retraining the brain and making new connections. Yeah, it's called neuroplasticity, guys. Neuroplasticity. I got a video on it. If you don't want to find that video or don't want to look at it, look up neuroplasticity. It's now come into mainstream. It's a science that's been hidden for a long time. Here's an affirmation I'll write in parts. I am blessed. I am important. My health improves with each passing day. That's beautiful. That's right. That's absolutely true. So write that down. Use that, Vixen. Share that with Tahoe. We can prepare some more for her, whatever, that are more directed in hers. But that includes her health as well. Happy apples. My paths are open to what is mine. Exactly. There you go. My paths are open to what is mine. Hold on, I lost it. Prosperity flows into my life in more ways than I can imagine. Patricia's got it down, guys. She's turning into some kind of guru here. Put a rubber band on your wrist. There you go. Tammy's got an eye. There you go. That's a good one. That's not so bad a slap in your face, but the rubber band, just that tiny little thing, Vixen. If you start feeling fearful or have fearful thoughts or thoughts of negativity, put a rubber band like shit, and just that little snap is enough. It's called neuro-linguistic programming, NLP. And just that little snap is enough to stop that pathway right there that's running down that pathway and switch it. So that's an excellent thought. Thank you, Tammy. Yes, it is. I've lost 16 pounds and 85% of my hair. 85% of your hair. We can't have that. And you don't need to be losing weight, sweetie. You're beautiful. I've done DBT. Didn't work. I don't know what DBT is. 10 years. Yeah, it took me 10 years. Look for the little victories, no matter. And what I have to say is the actual point of incapacitation lasted, the suicidal incapacitation, I'm going to say lasted 4 to 6 months where I actually wanted to off myself. The 10 years was a gradual, like your situation. Bam after bam after. Well, no, like Tahoe. Shit just keeps falling from the sky, you know? And that's how I was. One thing after another. My dad's death, my mom's death. You know, boom, boom, boom. I losing my business because of the oil spill. One right after another. Everything. Losing my homes because I couldn't even function anymore. It was just, it was bad, Vixen. You're not alone, sweetheart. And I'm not talking, out of the air here. You know, I'm telling you from my experience, but everybody's experience is different. We each have our own path to go. Look for that's so important. Thank you, Kathy. Look for the little victories, no matter how small. And Tahoe was on that path. Tahoe was doing that. I saw her. She's got a little bump in the road right now from this. But I see her coming back. I do see her coming back in her vibrations. So even though horrible things happen, yes, if she doesn't contact me, Patricia, send her frequencies, send her good ones, healing ones. We can work on it together. So even though horrible things happen, you keep telling yourself everything is good. No, okay, I understand what you're saying. No, what you say is things are changing as I speak. You're not expecting okay, this isn't a light switch, and you have to understand it. You don't turn on a light switch and everything is gone and gets better. The light has come. No. So you don't want to lie to yourself, because I get what you're saying there. You're saying that, I'm supposed to lie to myself. No, you can't lie to yourself. What you have to do is you have to, in your affirmations, if you don't believe it yet, that everything is as it should be, and there's reasons why we believe it's as it should be, because it's the path of learning that is our path. So you kind of lift yourself out of the physical, if that helps, Vixen. And I know it's hard. I'm not expecting anybody to have to. I'm just trying to say what happens to, for me. If you can detach from the physical and put yourself in a quiet state and tell yourself that I know that my body can heal itself, and I know that it is underway now. My body. So tell yourself you have the capacity to do this. It's already happening. But just because it's already happening, you're not there. It takes sometimes a long time. But you focus on the good. Where your energy flows, that's what happens. If your energy flows to all of these horrible things that have been done, and I understand your situation is different. There's somebody there. Cut it off. That's what I was going to say to you. And I'm going to respond to your email We have to find a way to cut you off, if that makes sense, from your, I don't know what to call it, from your demon, okay? So you don't think, you don't say necessarily, all of my problems are going away today. No. Every day, in every way, things are getting better and better. And that might not work for you because I get, okay, every day in every way, I am taking the steps necessary to heal my life. That's how you do it. You don't say, my life is healed, everything is wonderful, everything is perfect. Every day in every way, my life is healing. I'm healing. Okay? And you don't have to put it towards that person or even the environment. Take your focus from the external to the internal, baby. Take it. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Does anybody else get what I'm saying? True love exists in my life, and I deserve to receive. There you go, right there. Patricia, you're doing great, Patricia. She's so amazing. You see what she's saying? True love exists in your life. We love you. You have a community that cares about you, right here. We may be far away from you, but that doesn't mean we love you any less. That doesn't mean that there's not millions of people, just like the people on this board, that love you. There's many people that love you. So what she is saying, what Patricia is saying, is a good affirmation, is true love exists in my life and I deserve to receive it. And you do deserve. Do you believe that? Can you buy that part of it? So we can structure things. Thank you. That's great, Patricia. Please say it often. So write these things down, Vixen. True love exists in my life and I deserve to receive it. And say it often, as much as you can. Everything in our universe is based on frequency, whether it be anime or, dropped it. Somebody posted something. Anime or inanimate. We must try 100% to remain in the higher frequency. That's a good point, Happy. The love vibration, sacredly beneficially important. That's a good point. Anybody that thinks that we don't have to try to remain in these frequencies is wrong. Life is life, guys. It's kind of odd because every year we go through this thing with our boat. I can't wait to be on the water. I love it. Tim works so hard, but we've been screwed on this boat so many times. I can't tell you from day one. And last weekend we got all dressed up and packed our stuff for hours and we're ready to go out on the boat. We just paid a lot of money to get it fixed, that we didn't have to blow, really. And it didn't work. We got out and we had, so I could have allowed it to totally torque me, okay? But I didn't. I just let it roll off my shoulders. We came home. We had a nice dinner together, and we're not pushing it. If it's not broke this weekend, I don't even know if I asked, but I don't think it's going to be this weekend. Tim was supposed to call the guy. He might have forgotten. I can go up and ream him out. But why? He's trying his best. I'm trying my best. If it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. And you never know. Maybe going out on that boat, something bad could happen to us. So I just trust. I trust. Maybe that's a word. I trust that the universe protects me, that everything that happens to me is a lesson to me. And I truly believe, and that's another thing that you didn't say. Oh, rising Phoenix warrior. There you go. Rising. You're the butterfly. You're the butterfly. Rising Phoenix warrior. I gotta make a list of all this. Because she's a warrior. She is a warrior. So when you see her again, call her the warrior, guys. If she comes on here, call her the warrior. Maybe we rename her as the warrior. I don't know. But our little girl is the warrior, and she's going to fight this. Let's see. So what I was going to say, Vixen and others, is that when I went through that 10-year period, I truly, in my mind, know I went through 4D. And it enabled, because when I came out of it, this magnificence, this group that forces me to stay on the path every single day, that moved me up. I'm not going to say that I'm, can read everybody's minds and I am this perfect being. No, because that's not how the densities work. You fluctuate all the time. And the key is the more you're up there, okay, and then you fluctuate and it becomes the new norm. And that's what we're hoping for you, Vixen, is a new norm. Your norm right now is constant fear and anxiety. We've got to now reset that to a new norm. There might be less fear, less anxiety, vehicles that you can use to quell that anxiety and fear. That's what our goal is here. Not to turn everything off that's going on right now and switch it. It's to evolve. It's to evolve, baby. And you're absolutely right, Tammy. When you speak to yourself, every single one of those trillions of cells in your body are listening to you and what you're telling it to do. And if you're telling it that you're full of anxiety, nervous system says, "Oh, okay, man, I better stock up on my norepinephrine and all my stuff and start pounding out the firings because I'm nervous." That's how the body works. You are your creator. It's really weird. I think I felt worse doing that, lying to myself, saying today will be great. Yeah, it's because, and then the shitstorm of rain hits. It felt so much worse, like disappointment. That's why I quit. I got you. Maybe it wasn't the right affirmations, and that's why we have to feel it. Like I said, they have to be structured for you. They have to be something believable for you. So I'll send you some, and then you have to choose what you can buy, so to speak. What makes sense to me? What can I buy? What can I believe? What sounds like it's true to me? And then pick those, okay? And I understand, maybe you had to quit to learn how to do it properly. Everything is taking us on a path. This is a journey, guys. It's a journey. Look at that. Tammy talks to her cells every day in meditation. Do you see them sparkling? Do you see them jelly-like and so alive and moving, and so alive with energy? Find affirmations on Master Li Shen. He's great, okay? There you go. Write that down, Vixen. I'll send you some too. I got a customer, but I will keep listening, Donald. Now, I don't believe in this. I tried it and it felt worse, but you guys can do it. Well, if you don't want to do the affirmations, that's certainly your choice, Vixen. I mean, it's like you said, it's got to be when you can come to it. And, if God gives you, whatever gives you the peace, but it's like training oneself to be able to take the heat, so to speak. No. What that says right there, Vixen, was you're expecting heat. You're constantly expecting the shit to fall. Am I wrong, guys? I mean, constantly. The way you frame that right there and your perception of it, and this is never a judgment. Please understand that, guys. This is never, ever a judgment of anybody. It's just an analysis. No, it's not like being able to take the heat. In that sense, that tells me another way of saying that is to suffer. It's just to shut up and suffer through all of the stuff that's going to happen to me. No, that's not how to portray it. Let me do some thinking on it, sweetie. You are touching up that muscle. Believe in yourself. You can heal yourself. She's not, I don't know that Vixen is there yet where she understands this. And Patricia, I don't know that you were always there either. Because I remember a time before you started doing affirmations. And Patricia, mind you, doesn't only do affirmations. She has a whole regimen of stuff that she does. Because it's not one thing. Telling yourself 10 times a day that something's going to happen isn't going to make it happen, guys. It isn't. It's a vibration. It's a feeling. It's a feeling of gratitude if you have nothing else. Gratitude for the fact that you're still breathing and no one has hurt you. Physically, no one has chopped off your leg. You don't have cancer. Whatever you have to cling on to find gratitude. I don't know what everybody's situations is, guys, but whatever that is that you can hold on to and be grateful for, Make a list. That's why a gratitude journal. If you don't, that's another thing, Vixen, that really is good to refocus your mind away from your fear issues is a gratitude journal. Every day you wake up, 3 things. I'm so grateful that nothing bad happened to me yesterday, if that's how you have to put it, okay? But it's the gratitude. I'm so grateful that Spirit and I are talking. I'm so grateful that I'm not alone. I'm so grateful that I cleaned up my damn house today. It doesn't matter what it is. Grateful, repeat it over and over again, 3 days. And it starts your day 3 times, 3 different things every morning. And it starts your day out completely different. It has worked for me. I don't know if it's worked for others. But Patricia, stay grateful. Yep. And loving in spite of the struggles. Kath says, we looked at the medical events as part of our journey. Okay, now this is Vixen. Kathy and Bill. Bill got cancer. So what she's saying is, and he's now been free for 2 years. We looked at the medical events. I believe that's what it is. We looked at the medical events as part of their journey, and that we were to learn from it. Be it unconditional love or being more compassionate to others going through the same. So exactly, it's a learning process for all of us. And I'll bet you that time probably brought you and Bill quite close together. Learn your I ams. Oh, that's a good point, Tammy. That's a good point, okay? Instead of saying this will happen to me, it's I am. I am determined to stop this. I am excellent. You guys, this is great. I am a creature of God. I am a spark of God, and I have all that power in me, whatever it is. But the I ams, that's excellent, Tammy. Thank you. We learned compassion from suffering. Yep, fully agree on that one. You need to say it every day. Yeah, consistency. And it's not just saying affirmations every day. It's, like I said, multiple things. I would go full force into it. A gratitude journal, affirmations, NLP, watching uplifting content, and put aside the things that are creating so much fear in you. And the way I look at it, it's a hard thing to break. Tim is very fearful of everything. He's afraid of stuff that's never going to happen. I'm a little different, okay? I've always been one. When it happens, I'll worry about it. That's how I've always felt. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to give up this experience that I could have with fear. I'm just not going to do it. And that's always worked for me, guys. I don't live in fear. What good is it? Not only is it wasted time, wasted energy, wasted effort, wasted emotions, but it's also making you sick. So when it happens, then we worry. If it doesn't happen, put it out of your mind. Don't even think about it. And I know your situation is different. And I know how long you've been battling it. I'm just saying these are the things that do work for so many. Yes, guys, we have our inner sacred love. Yes, there are many things out there externally distracting, but we must overcome because we are the chosen ones. We really are. Thank you. She told Vixen, I missed that. It jumped on me when I said this. Every one of you telling Vixen we love her. Absolutely, we do. We do. And you don't understand that. And that's another thing, guys. Love. What the heck is love? That's something we have to look at one point in our life. We think love is a physical thing, that we have to suffer for somebody. But no, you can love from afar. You can love with your energy. And that's what I try to do. Trust is so important even when you're struggling. Take one day at a time. Yep. Don't overwhelm yourself. We love you, Vixen. You have love. You have love surrounding and coming to you. Every one of us are putting our energy and our thoughts and sending love to you. You're not alone, baby. I got to say that Brandon's videos helped me through the worst, and Rapture videos as well. If that's what worked, then do it. You know, for me, it doesn't work for me because the religious things just don't do it for me, because my perception of God is different than it is for many. Let's just put it that way. Okay, see that constant anxiety. That's why I talk so much. No, okay, but the anxiety stops today. Tell yourself that. I'm not going to allow it. I refuse to allow this to consume my sanity. And it will do that. You know that. You have to be in control of this, baby. Write your gratefulness. Yep, even if it's your shampoo. There you go, Patricia. I'm so glad I found this new shampoo that's making my hair look better. It doesn't matter. It's not what you're grateful for. It's the fact that you're emitting the vibrations of gratitude. That's what counts. Vixen says, I get a little embarrassing, though, when I take up so much time. But, you know, that's what this group is about, Vixen. And it's not just you. I mean, look at Tahoe. And I try and prioritize these things. You know, look how it works, okay? Here's a simple thing right here, okay? I'm grateful that Tahoe is taking the time to heal, and I had the opportunity to focus on me this afternoon, that the community had the time to focus on sending me love. We're still sending her love. There's no end to our love. But, you know, whatever that gratitude is, don't be afraid. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I think what you may not get yet is that there's a community developing here without judgment. Even though sometimes we make mistakes, we're human beings, and we might say something that is taken the wrong way, even though it's not intended as judgment. I find myself in that a bit, but what has helped has been natural treatment for the adrenal fatigue, the passion flower, the lavender, the ash. That's good to know. That's absolutely good to know. And then what you want to do, baby, is when you begin to find frequency healing and ways of not putting substances into your body, then you begin to taper that off a little bit. And it's amazing because it's not easy, but when you hit the spot, it's effortless, if that makes any sense. It's not easy getting there, but when you hit that spot, and I'm not saying you'll always stay in that spot, things can be just effortlessly beautiful, but then you drop out again. Something happens. It's a constant. That's all this is a renewal of learning so that the one can grow. That's what it's all about. It's a renewal constantly. Doesn't matter. Okay, it may be due to adrenal fatigue, but that's not relevant. The only thing that's relevant is changing it now, changing it as much as you can. And I think we've hit on something important here, Vix, that told me to quit to take tests. Adrenal fatigue since I was 100% well for several weeks until the MECAL care told me to quit to take tests. Oh, I see. Okay. It very well may be from childhood, but the key is it doesn't have to continue. Do you believe that this must be your fate forever? If you believe that, baby, we got to change that. We got to change that because that's so harmful. Shelley says, after everything they put us through and we're still standing, we are meant to be here or we wouldn't be. Absolutely. I'm back from that job. Vixen, it can be hard. This is Kathy. I know it says Bill, but it's two of them. You got a twofer here. It can be hard. I fight anxiety every 3 months when I have to go to get a checkup. Oh, okay, so that's Bill. Or more pictures. I understand completely. See, so anxiety is not something that we can completely halt overnight. It comes back over time. The key is learning to control it. The key is learning to change that low frequency, whatever it is, whether it's going out and dancing in the rain, if that makes you happy. I don't care what it is. Always think, what will make me happier than sitting here doing this crap? You know what I'm saying? God has a purpose for us all. Yep. The first thing I do is say, thank you for another day. And there you go. If nothing else, if you can give gratitude for nothing, you can give gratitude for the fact that you woke up today. Having the most faith possible annihilates the fear that becomes impossible. So, for me, maybe I passed through. I don't think I must have gone through faith, but for me, I didn't have faith was not in my vocabulary because of my Catholic upbringing. They told me all of these lies and expected me to believe them, and for that reason, and I'm not saying that the Catholic, please, I'm not saying the Catholic. All I'm saying is that I didn't understand them. They weren't expressed to me properly of what they meant. So I'm not saying they're lies in the Bible. I'm saying that they're done in an esoteric way that is not readily apparent. And they were interpreted by other people, and they were the ones lying, not the documents themselves. So for me, I never had faith. I had almost immediate belief. Almost immediate belief when it finally hit me. I didn't want to trust anybody, to be honest. All I can do is be grateful for a good report. Exactly. And again, if you get a bad report, even, you're grateful that you have hope. You're grateful that they haven't told you we're done. There's nothing. And if that happens, we're grateful there's another hospital and more doctors. You know what I'm saying? There's always, I can't tell you. There had to be at least 3 people in my practice, my retail practice, who were told they were dying, and they weren't. Okay? They went to another doctor, and it was a misdiagnosis. It happens more than you think. So even if they're telling you they can't do anything, there's so much going on right now. There's always hope, if nothing else. The contrast, yeah. We are all chosen. We are all special. We all are all needed because God has a purpose for us. So we have to stick around to help healing others and others faithfully. And that's what we're doing, Vixen. We're trying. You're the one that will eventually heal yourself. We can only tell you what we've done for our own evolution. Patricia says, don't live with expectations. That's a good one. Yep. A cork in the ocean. For years and years and years, I was on this board, and my handle was Cork on the Ocean. And that came from Taoist philosophy of basically just ride the waves like a cork on the ocean with grace. Just ups and downs, knowing that after every down comes an up. After every up comes a down. That's just the way it is. And weather them without freaking out. Just live with whatever goes. Take what is good, throw off the bad. Yep. Brought us closer. I knew it would. I thought it would, because most people that I know have gone through that. It brings a closeness that people 60 years together hadn't been able to attain. Because you then are naked and vulnerable. You finally open yourself up to the other one. But so the white, because you are afraid, you're concerned that your time is short. So the white hats have taken over the geoengineering. Don't know, Vixen. Tammy is right. Stop watching fear porn. That's a good one. If you're watching the fear porn, get away with it. And again, Vixen, nobody's saying for the rest of your life. What we're saying is until you begin to elevate your frequency, stay away from the fear porn. 100%. Look at beauty. 100%, and you will become beauty. That's always what I've believed. I agree on the purpose. Here's Norway. I would have survived 8 suicide attempts without God stopping it from working. I understand that at the 8th attempt and never did it again. Good for you, baby. Good. Beautifully said. And now I know the purpose as well. I was meant to develop my soul and learn about evil. And now that I have, I can spot cluster bees within hours. There you go. I'm so grateful. And I used to say I'm so thankful and grateful just for that double impression on my brain. I used to say I'm so grateful and thankful that I am learning to spot evil. Whatever it is, switch the narrative. Switch, not the narrative, the perception, guys. Switch your perception of what's occurring to you. Went from 3 years to 5 hours last time, and it helps me. Good. So much in life. Yep, I know, baby. It's not easy. It's not easy. But it can be beautiful. It really can. Thanks for loving, caring, and sharing. Yep. I was thinking when we see videos of God's miracles like healing and they happen on the spot, wonder if those are done through frequencies. You know, a lot of times people don't, what they're done through is belief in the frequency. Again, frequencies are the medicine. The healer is yourself, right? So the way these spontaneous healings work is that these people have such a belief that that faith healer is going to heal them, that their own body heals itself because they believe that that person just healed them. And the belief is so strong that it does. It's not you have to understand that that's pivotal. It's not the frequencies that heal you. It's not the vibrations that, the affirmations that heal you. It's not they are all tools. They're all types of medicine. That's your ashwagandha in the frequency world. You know what I'm saying? So those healings are done through belief, through the knowledge and the belief that they will be healed. I know how hard it is to get clean. I was an alcoholic, wow, and drug addict. I overcame that a long time ago. It takes wanting it bad enough and discipline. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, Tammy. Bad thinking is like an addiction. It really is. It is an addiction. It takes the same neurological pathways that addictions do. Remember, everything that happens in our body is on a neurological pathway. When we go for that drink, that booze, that drug, when we think the only thing that can make me better is alcohol, then we create that pathway of going for the alcohol. It's when you do that rubber band or whatever that you're doing to stop that behavior. When you start to do it, you create that other pathway. We've talked about that with neuroplasticity. You create a pathway that is a neurological pathway that happens. You react the same way every time something happens, and it sets you off kind of. That your body is trained to react that way. What you have to do is you have to retrain it. And when you do, it's like a forest pathway. The one that was always automatically just going in a certain direction. When you change that direction, it's kind of like a pathway in the woods that overgrows. And the neurons in the new direction, that pathway, the more you use it, that more those woods are cleared. And that pathway becomes the habit. It's really so important, guys. It comes in periods where it's extreme and then it lets up, okay? So now what the goal is to decrease the frequency of them. It was 100% gone with that adrenal treatment. Slept like a rock too. I make my own shampoo, and now I don't have any gray hair. Get out! You have to give us the recipe, Donald, or sell it to us. Strange how things you use every day are destroying. You know, it's awakening. It's awakening, Donald. Absolutely. It's our world that has made us sick, not us. Feel that fear porn works, though. It makes some feel less alone and has a calming feeling of soon it will be over. We are in the last days. Well, you have to do what you have to do, sweetie. I don't know what Donald. Oh yeah. His gray's going away. I know. I want that solution. Look at mine. I have to diet again, even when it makes me feel better. Well, let me put it this way. Does it make you feel? Is it healing you? Because it may temporarily make you feel better, but that's not what you're looking for. You're looking for permanent healing. You know what I'm saying, guys? So maybe somebody else can contribute to that. But Tim has the one. Tim says that when he listens to certain music, which is the heavy metal stuff, that it just makes him feel so good. But the problem is it makes you, okay, here you go. Here you go. Let me see if I can put this. I had a thought, okay? When many of these Satanists and pedophiles, okay, they convince themselves that it feels good, that Satan, they are brought up that way, or they are convinced of that. So it makes them feel good when they kill a child for their master. That doesn't mean it's the right thing. It doesn't mean it's the frequency that you want. It's all about the frequency. And the fear porn, in your position, anybody that's ill, I would avoid fear porn at any point. It's a free world. You can do what you want. But I'm just saying from my experience, I don't do it even when I'm healthy because I don't want to become sick. But if I were ill, I would never look at fear porn. Never. Because it tries to make you feel better. It tries to. That's how it works. Tries to make you feel like you have to get back and feel it. And it creates this fear that it's like a boil that you're waiting, that you're believing is going to pop. You know, I don't know. I can't express that. Met another psychopath at a concert 3 weeks ago, spotted him within 5 hours and broke the contact on the spot. Good. That's great. So you're getting, so what, there you go. There you go as an affirmation right there, Vixen. I'm so thankful and grateful that I am developing the ability to feel and identify people that can harm me. Is getting my hair back from gray to brown again. Now, are you eating these things or putting them on your head? And the coconut oil, olive oil, and castor oil are helping the hair go back too. Yes, Vixen. I had gray hair for 20 years, and I started making my shampoo from all natural stuff. And after a few months, well, give us the recipe. Fess up. Molasses is a form of sugar. Interesting. Yeah, it is. Rosemary. Yeah, the one I use. Has got rosemary in it. It's the put a link to it a while back, but it's all herbal, and it's made in Mexico, and it's just all done from herbs. And I've checked the ingredients and everything else. I just can't make everything. You know what I'm saying? This is my focus, and everything I do at this point in my life, Tim will tell you this, is around this channel and around awakening people. So, and not necessarily awakening them, they're awakening on their own, but it's to perhaps help them see their truth self and give them some comfort that I'm a healer. That's what I always knew I would do. You should try it on others, and if it works on them too, start looking. That's what I'm saying. I want to make it. Yeah, they changed the frequency in music from 432 to 440 to make people angry. So that little tiny bit, they said they are said to have changed it back. I heard something about that narrative too. Yeah, if it works, you're a billionaire, dude. Don't you know it? He really is. You are strengthening up your spiritual muscles. We call it Earth Boot Camp. I like that, Tammy. I like that. Love it. All right, guys. So we're slowing up here. I will get to you, Vixen, offline. And please, everyone, keep our beautiful rising Phoenix warrior, our beautiful Tahoe, whatever you have to think of her as. Please keep her. Send her healing love. Yeah, I heard that about Prince. He refused playing his music in any other tone. He was a Christian. Yep. What is really strange is that I was never blonde. It was brown. Now it's blonde. Oh, everybody loves a blonde. I'm not sure why, but it's the same color. Hey, I got to know about this. Are you going to give this up or what? Sending you all love, light, and positive vibes. Same to you, Giving. Same to you. All right, guys. So I'm going to head out. Tim wants to, he usually starts about 8 o'clock, and I have been here 4 hours. This is the longest one ever. People will have to watch this one in parts if they want to. But that's okay. That's okay. And I mean, is this work okay for you guys? More people come in, but the content itself was in the first 2 hours of the of that. I do want to keep going with those maps and examining those maps. Thank every one of you. Giving Soul says thank you. Happened to me in my teens, went from dark brown to blonde. Still am. Okay, guys, I'm heading out. I'm going to let Tim get on his drums, and I'm going to have a bite to eat because I haven't eaten since breakfast. So I will see you on Tuesday. Have a good weekend, and heal yourselves. Keep yourselves in love. Constantly send love to others, and grateful 4 hours. Absolutely. Okay, guys, I love you. Tuesday, we'll tackle something else. I'll talk to you before then, Vixen, and I will probably also talk to Patricia before then as well. If you would please be the interface for setting anything up, whatever she wants, I'm good with. I know you do, Donald, and so do we. So whatever you want, Patricia, whatever she wants, I'm there for her, whatever she needs. Okay. So you arrange that, and hopefully I have that email. And if I don't find it, then I will be posting on one of your comments that it didn't come because I hate this GoDaddy stuff. It didn't work. The power of prayer is everything. Yep. Yep. Okay, guys. Love you. Good weekend. Good vibes. Every day in every way, things are getting better and better. Okay? Love you. Bye-bye.